1299 of my captivity. For example, look at that guy. There he is. You can just see his tentacles behind the rock. I am a giant Pacific octopus. I know this from the plaque on the wall beside my enclosure. I know what you are thinking. Yes, I can read. I can do many things you would not expect. The plaque states other facts: my size, preferred diet, and where I might live were I not a prisoner here. It mentions my intellectual prowess and penchant for cleverness, which for some reason seems a surprise to humans. Octopuses are remarkably bright creatures, it says. It warns the humans of my camouflage, tells them to take extra care in looking for me in case I have disguised myself to match the sand. The plaque does not state that I am named Marcellus, but the human called Terry, the one who runs this aquarium, sometimes shares this with the visitors who gather near my tank. See him back there. His name's Marcellus. He's a special guy. A special guy indeed. Terry's small daughter chose my name. Marcellus MC Squiddles in full. Yes, it is a preposterous name. It leads many humans to assume I am a squid, which is an insult of the worst sort. How shall you refer to me, you ask? Well, that is up to you. Perhaps you will default to calling me that guy, like the rest of them. I hope not, but I will not hold it against you. You are only human, after all. I must advise you that our time together may be brief. The plaque states one additional piece of information: the average lifespan of a giant Pacific octopus. 4 years. My lifespan. 4 years, 1,460 days. I was brought here as a juvenile. I shall die here, in this tank. At the very most, 160 days remain until my sentence is complete. The silver dollar scar. Tova Sullivan prepares for battle. A yellow rubber glove sticks up from her back pocket like a canary's plume as she bends over to size up her enemy. Chewing gum. For heaven's sake. She jabs at the pinkish blob with her mop handle. Layers of sneaker tread emboss its surface, speckling it with grime. Tova has never understood the purpose of chewing gum, and people lose track of it so often. Perhaps this chewer was talking ceaselessly, and it simply tumbled out, swept away by a slurry of superfluous words. She bends over and picks at the edge of the mess with her fingernail, but it doesn't budge from the tile. All because someone couldn't walk 10 feet to the trash bin. Once, when Eric was young, Tova caught him mashing a piece of bubble gum under a diner table. That was the last time she bought bubble gum for him. Although how he spent his allowance as adolescence set in was, like so much else, beyond her control. Specialized weaponry will be necessary. A file, perhaps. Nothing on her cart will pry up the gum. As she stands, her back pops. The sound echoes down the empty curve of the hallway, its usual soft blue light as she journeys to the supply closet. No one would fault her, of course, for passing over the blob of gum with her mop. At 70 years old, they don't expect her to do such deep cleaning. But she must at least try. Besides, it's something to do. Tova is Sol Bay Aquarium's oldest employee. Each night, she mops the floors, wipes down the glass, and empties the trash bins. Every 2 weeks, she retrieves a direct deposit stub from her cubby in the break room. $14 an hour, less the requisite taxes and deductions. The stubs get stashed in an old shoebox on top of her refrigerator, unopened. The funds accrue in an out-of-mind account at the Sol Bay Savings and Loan. She marches toward the supply closet now at a purposeful clip that would be impressive by anyone's standards, but is downright astonishing for a tiny older woman with a curved back and bird-like bones. Overhead, raindrops land on the skylight, backlit by glare from the security light at the old ferry dock next door. Silver droplets race down the glass, shimmering ribbons under the fog-bound sky. It's been a dreadful June, as everyone keeps saying. The gray weather doesn't bother Tova, though it would be nice if the rain would let up long enough to dry out her front yard. Her push mower clogs when it's soggy, shaped like a donut, with a main tank in the center and smaller tanks around the outside. The aquarium's dome-topped building is not particularly large or impressive, perhaps fitting for Sol Bay, which is neither large nor impressive itself. From the site of Tova's encounter with the chewing gum, the supply closet is a full diameter across. Her white sneakers squeak across a section she's already cleaned, leaving dull footprints on the gleaming tile. Without a doubt, she'll mop that part again. She pauses at the shallow alcove, with its life-sized bronze statue of a Pacific sea lion. The sleek spots on its back and bald head, worn smooth from decades of being petted and climbed on by children, only enhance its realism. On Tova's mantle at home, there's a photo of Eric, perhaps 11 or 12 at the time, grinning wildly as he straddles the statue's back, one hand aloft like he's about to throw a lasso. A sea cowboy. That photo is one of the last in which he looks childlike and carefree. Tova maintains the photos of Eric in chronological order, a montage of his transformation from a gummy-grinned baby to handsome teenager, taller than his father, posing in his leather jacket, pinning a corsage on a homecoming date, atop a makeshift podium on the rocky shores of deep blue Puget Sound, clutching a high school regatta trophy. Tova touches the sea lion's cold head as she passes, quelling the urge to wonder, yet again, how Eric might have looked now. She continues on, as one must, down the dim hallway. In front of the tank of bluegills, she pauses. Good evening, dears. The Japanese crabs are next. Hello, lovelies. How do you do? She inquires of the sharp-nosed sculpin. The wolf eels are not Tova's cup of tea, but she nods a greeting. One mustn't be rude, even though they remind her of those cable channel horror films her late husband, Will, took to watching in the middle of the night when chemotherapy nausea kept him awake. The largest wolf eel glides out of its rocky cavern, mouth set in its trademark underbite frown. Jagged teeth jut upward from its lower jaw like little needles, An unfortunate-looking thing, to say the least. But then, looks are deceiving, aren't they? Tova smiles at the wolf eel, even though it could never smile back, not even if it wanted to, with a face like that. The next exhibit is Tova's favorite. She leans in, close to the glass. "Well, sir, what have you been up to today?" It takes her a moment to find him. A sliver of orange behind the rock. Visible, but mistakenly, like a child's hide-and-seek misstep. A girl's ponytail sticking up behind the sofa, or a socked foot peeking out from under the bed. Feeling bashful tonight, she steps back and waits. The giant Pacific octopus doesn't move. She imagines daytime, people rapping their knuckles on the glass, huffing away when they don't see anything. Nobody knows how to be patient anymore. I can't say I blame you. It does look cozy back there. The orange arm twitches, but his body remains tucked away. The chewing gum mounts a valiant defense against Tova's file, but eventually it pops off. When Tova pitches the crusty blob into the trash bag, it makes a satisfying little swoosh as it rustles the plastic. Now she mops. Again. Vinegar with a hint of lemon tinges the air, wafting up from the wet tile. So much better than the dreadful solution they'd been using when Tova first started bright green junk that singed her nostrils. She'd made her case against it right off the bat. For one thing, it made her dizzy, and for another, it left unsightly streaks on the floors. And perhaps worst of all, it smelled like Will's hospital room, like Will being sick, although Tova kept that part of her complaint private. The supply room shelves were crammed with jugs of that green junk. But Terry, the aquarium director, finally shrugged, telling her she could use whatever she wanted if she brought it herself. Certainly, Tova agreed. So each night she totes a jug of vinegar and her bottle of lemon oil. Now, more trash to collect. She empties the bins in the lobby, that can outside the restrooms, then ends in the break room, with its endless crumbs on the counter. It's not required of her, as it's taken care of by the professional crew from Elland that comes every other week. But Tova always runs her rag around the base of the ancient coffee maker, and inside the splatter-stained microwave, which smells of spaghetti. Today, however, there are bigger issues. Empty takeout cartons on the floor. 3 of them. "My word," she says, scolding the empty room. First the gum, and now this. She picks up the cartons and tosses them in the trash can, which oddly has been scooted several feet over from its usual spot. After she empties the can into her collection bag, she moves it back to its proper place. Next to the trash sits a small lunch table. Tova straightens the chairs. Then she sees it. Something underneath. A brownish-orange clump shoved in the corner. A sweater. Mackenzie, the pleasant young lady who works the admission kiosk, often leaves one slung over the back of a chair. Tova kneels, preparing to fetch it and stash it in Mackenzie's cubby. But then the clump moves. A tentacle moves. Good heavens, the octopus's eye materializes from somewhere in the fleshy mass. Its marble pupil widens, then its eyelid narrows. Reproachful. Tova blinks, not convinced her own eyes are working properly. How could the giant Pacific octopus be out of his tank? The arm moves again. The creature is tangled in the mess of power cords. How many times has she cursed those cords? They make it impossible to properly sweep. "You're stuck," she whispers, and the octopus heaves his huge bulbous head, straining on one of his arms, around which a thin power cord, the kind used to charge a cell phone, is wrapped several times. The creature strains harder, and the cord binds tighter, his flesh bulging between each loop. Eric had a toy like this once, from a joke shop. A little woven cylinder where you stuck in an index finger on either end, then tried to pull them apart. The harder you pulled, the tighter it became. She inches closer. In response, the octopus smacks one of his arms on the linoleum as if to say, "Back off, lady." Okay, she murmurs, pulling out from under the table. She stands and turns the overhead light on, washing the break room in fluorescent glow, and starts to lower herself down again, more slowly this time. But then, as usual, her back pops. At the sound, the octopus lashes again, shoving one of the chairs with alarming force. The chair skids across the room and ricochets off the opposite wall. From under the table, the creature's impossibly clear eye gleams. Determined, Tova creeps closer, trying to steady her shaking hands. How many times has she passed by the plaque under the giant Pacific octopus tank? She can't recall it stating anything about octopuses being dangerous to humans. She's but a foot away. He seems to be shrinking, and his color has become pale. Does an octopus have teeth? "My friend," she says softly, "I'm going to reach around you and unplug the cord." She peers around and sees exactly which cord is the source of his predicament. Within reach, the octopus's eye follows her every movement. "I won't hurt you, dear." One of its free arms taps on the floor like a house cat's tail. As she yanks the plug, the octopus flinches backward. Tova flinches too. She expects him to slink out along the wall toward the door, in the direction he'd been straining. But instead, he slides closer. Like a tawny snake, one of his arms slithers toward her. In seconds, it winds around her forearm, then twists around her elbow and bicep like a maypole ribbon. She can feel each individual sucker clinging to her. Reflexively, she tries to yank her arm away, but the octopus tightens his grip to the point where it's almost uncomfortable. But his strange eye glints playfully, like a naughty child's. Empty takeout cartons. Misplaced trash can. Now it makes sense. Then in an instant, he releases her. Tova watches, incredulous, as he stalks out the break room door, suckering along on the thickest part of each of his 8 legs. His mantle seems to drag behind him, and he looks even paler now. He's moving with effort. She hurries after him, but by the time she reaches the hallway, the octopus is nowhere to be seen. Tova drags a hand down her face. She's losing her faculties. Yes, that's it. This is how it begins, isn't it? With hallucinations about an octopus. Years ago, she had watched her late mother's mind slip away. It started with occasional forgetfulness, familiar names and dates elusive. But Tova does not forget phone numbers or find herself searching the back of her mind for names. She looks down at her arm, which is covered in tiny circles. Sucker marks. Half dazed, she finishes the evening's tasks, then makes her usual last round of the building to say good night. Good night, bluegills, eels, Japanese crabs, sharp-nosed sculpin. Good night, anemones, seahorses, starfish. Around the bend, she continues. Good night, tuna and flounder and stingrays. Good night, jellies, sea cucumbers. Good night, sharks, you poor things. Tova has always felt more than a bit of empathy for the sharks, with their never-ending laps around the tank. She understands what it means to never be able to stop moving, lest you find yourself unable to breathe. There's the octopus, once again hidden behind his rock. A puff of flesh sticks out. His orange is more vivid now compared to how he looked in the break room, but he's still paler than usual. Well, perhaps it serves him right. He ought to stay put. How on earth did he get out? She peers through the rippling water, scanning up under the rim, but nothing seems amiss. Troublemaker, she says, shaking her head. She hovers for an extra moment in front of his tank before leaving for the night. Tova's yellow hatchback chirps and blinks its sidelights as she presses the key fob, a feature she's still not accustomed to. Her friends, the group of lunching ladies who affectionately call themselves the Nitwits, convinced her she needed a new car when she started her job. A safety issue, they argued, to drive at night in an older vehicle. They badgered her about it for weeks. Sometimes it's easier to simply give in. After depositing her jug of vinegar and bottle of lemon oil in the trunk, as always, because no matter how many times Terry has told her she's welcome to store them in the supply closet, one never knows when a bit of lemon and vinegar might come in handy. She casts a glance down the pier. It's empty at this late hour, the evening fishermen long gone. The old ferry dock sits across from the aquarium like some ancient rotting machine. Barnacles cover its crumbling pilings. At high tide, the barnacles snag strands of seaweed, which dry into green-black plaque when the seawater ebbs. She crosses the weathered wooden planks. As always, the old ticket booth is exactly 38 steps from her parking space. Tova looks once more for any bystanders, anyone lingering in the long shadows. She presses her hand to the ticket booth's glass window, its diagonal crack like an old scar across someone's cheek. Perhaps it will remain permanently. A silver dollar scar. The fog has lifted, nudged inland by the wind, shunted off toward the foothills. To the south, a freighter is anchored, hull riding low under the rows of containers stacked like a child's building blocks on its deck. Moonlight shimmies across the water, 1,000 candles bobbing on its surface. Tova closes her eyes, imagining him underneath the surface, holding the candles for her. Eric, her only child. Day 1,300 of my captivity. Crabs, clams, shrimp, scallops, cockles, abalone, fish eggs. This is the diet of a giant Pacific octopus, according to the plaque next to my tank. The sea must be a delightful buffet. All of these delicacies, free for the taking. But what do they offer here? Mackerel, halibut, and above all, herring. Herring, herring, so much herring. They are foul creatures, disgusting little slips of fish. I am sure the reason for their abundance here is their low cost. The sharks in the main tank are rewarded for their dullness with fresh grouper, and I am given defrosted herring. Sometimes still partially frozen, even. This is why I must take matters into my own arms when I desire the sublime texture of fresh oyster, when I yearn to feel the sharp crack of my beak crushing a crab in its shell, when I crave the sweet, firm flesh of a sea cucumber. Sometimes my captors will drop me a pity scallop if they are attempting to lure me into cooperation with a medical examination or bribe me into playing one of their games. And once in a while, Terry will slip me a mussel or two just because. Of course, I have sampled crabs, clams, shrimp, cockles, and abalone many times over. I simply must take it upon myself to fetch them after hours. Fish eggs are an ideal snack in terms of both gastronomical pleasure and nutritional value. One might make a third list here, which would consist of things humans clamor for, but most intelligent life would consider entirely unfit for consumption. For example, every last offering in the vending machine in the lobby. But tonight, another smell lured me. Sweet, salty, savory. I found its source in the rubbish bin, its remains ensconced in a flimsy white container. Whatever it was delicious. But had I not been fortunate, it could have been my downfall. The cleaning woman. She saved me. Falsehood cookies. There were once 7 nitwits. Now there are 4. Every few years brings another empty place at the table. My word, Tova. Mary Ann Minetti lowers a teapot onto her dining table, staring at Tova's arm. The pot is swaddled in a crocheted yellow cozy, probably a project someone knitted once, back when knitting was something the nitwits actually did at their weekly luncheons. The teapot cozy matches the yellow jeweled barrette at Mary Ann's temple, the clip holding back tawny curls. Janice Kim eyes Tova's arm as she fills her mug. An allergy, maybe. A swirl of oolong steam fogs her round spectacles, and she takes them off and wipes them on the hem of her t-shirt, which Tova suspects must belong to Janice's son, Timothy, because it's at least 3 sizes too large, and emblazoned with the logo of the Korean shopping center down in Seattle, where Timothy invested in a restaurant some years back. That mark, Tova says, tugging the sleeve of her sweater down. It's nothing. You should get it checked out. Barb Vanderhoof plops a 3rd sugar cube into her tea. Her cropped gray hair has been combed into gel-set spikes, which is one of her favorite styles lately. When she first debuted this look, she joked that it was only fitting for a Barb to have barbs, which made the nitwits laugh. Not for the first time, Tova imagines poking her finger down on one of the thorns on her friend's head. Would it prick her like one of the sea urchins down at the aquarium, or would it crumple under her touch? It's nothing, Tova repeats. Heat seeps into the tips of her ears. Well, let me tell you. Barb takes a slurp of her tea and goes on. You know my Andy? She had this rash last year when she came up for Easter. Mind you, I never saw it myself. It was in sort of an indelicate place, if you catch my drift. But not the sort of rash one gets from indecent behavior, mind you. No, it was just a rash. Anyway, I told her she should see my dermatologist. He's wonderful. But my Andy is beyond stubborn, you know. And that rash kept getting worse, and Janice cuts off Barb. Tova, do you want Peter to recommend someone? Janice's husband, Dr. Peter Kim, is retired but well-connected in the medical community. I don't need a doctor. Tova forces a weak smile. It was a minor incident at work. At work, an incident. What happened? Tova draws in a breath. She can still feel the tentacle wrapped around her wrist. The spots had faded overnight, but they remained dark enough to see plainly. She tugs her sleeve down again. Should she tell them? A mishap with some of the cleaning equipment, she finally says. Around the table, 3 pairs of eyes narrow at her. Mary Ann wipes an imaginary spot from the tabletop with one of her tea towels. That job of yours, Tova. Last time I was down at the aquarium, I nearly lost my lunch from the smell. How do you manage? Tova takes a chocolate chip cookie from the platter Mary Ann set out earlier. Mary Ann warms the cookies in the oven before the ladies arrive. One can't have tea, she always comments, without something homemade to nibble on. The cookies came from a package Mary Ann bought at Shopway. All of the nitwits know this. That old dump. Of course it smells, Janice says. But really, Tova, are you okay? Manual labor at our age. Why must you work? Barb crosses her arms. I worked down at St. Anne's for a while after Rick died, to pass the time. They asked me to run the whole office, you know. Filing, Mary Ann mutters. You did filing. And you quit because they couldn't keep it organized the way you liked, Janice says, her voice dry. But the point is, you weren't down on your hands and knees washing floors. Mary Ann leans in. Tova, I hope you realize if you need help. Help, yes, help. I don't know how we'll arrange your finances. Tova stiffens. Thank you, but I have no such need. But if you did, Mary Ann's lips knit together. I do not, Tova replies quietly. And this is true. Tova's bank account would cover her modest needs several times over. She does not need charity, not from Mary Ann, not from anyone else. And further, what a thing to bring up, and all because of a little set of marks on her arm. After rising from the table, Tova sets her teacup down and leans on the counter. The window over the kitchen sink overlooks Mary Ann's garden, where her rhododendron bushes cower under the low gray sky. The tender magenta petals seem to shiver as a breeze ruffles the branches, and Tova wishes she could tuck them back into their buds. The chill in the air is unseasonable for mid-June. Summer is certainly dragging its feet this year. On the windowsill, Mary Ann has arranged a collection of religious paraphernalia. Little glass angels with cherub faces, candles, a small army of shiny silver crosses in various sizes, lined up like soldiers. Mary Ann must polish them daily to keep them gleaming. Janice cups her shoulder. Tova, earth to Tova. Tova can't help but smile. The lilt in Janice's voice makes Tova think Janice has been watching sitcoms again. Please don't be upset. Mary Ann didn't mean anything by it. We're just worried. Thank you, but I am fine. Tova pats Janice's hand. Janice raises one of her neatly groomed eyebrows, steering Tova back toward the table. It's clear Janice understands how deeply Tova wishes to change the subject, because she goes for low-hanging conversational fruit. So, Barb, what's new with the girls? Oh, did I tell you? Barb draws in a dramatic breath. No one has ever needed to ask Barb twice to muse on the lives of her daughters and grandchildren. Andy was supposed to bring the girls up for their summer break, but they had a hitch in their plans. That's exactly what she said, a hitch. Janice wipes her glasses with one of Mary Ann's embroidered napkins. Is that right, Barb? They haven't been up since last Thanksgiving. She and Mark took the kids to Las Vegas for Christmas, if you can believe that. Who spends a holiday in Las Vegas? Barb pronounces both words, Las and Vegas, with equal weight and contempt. way someone might say spoiled milk. Janice and Mary Ann both shake their heads, and Tova takes another cookie. All three women nod along as Barb launches into a story about her daughter's family, who lived 2 hours away in Seattle, which one might conclude was in another hemisphere for how infrequently Barb purports to see them. I told them I sure hope to hug those grandbabies soon. Lord only knows how long I'll be around, Janice sighs. Enough, Barb. Excuse me a moment. Tova's chair scrapes on the linoleum. As one would gather from the name, the Nitwits began as a knitting club. 25 years ago, a handful of Soul Bay women met to swap yarn. Eventually, it became a refuge for them to escape empty homes, bittersweet voids left by children grown and moved on. For this reason, among others, Tova had initially resisted joining. Her void held no sweetness, only bitterness. At the time, Eric had been gone 5 years. How delicate those wounds were back then. How little it took to nudge the scabs out of place and start the bleeding anew. The faucet in Mary Ann's powder room lets out a squeak as Tova turns on the tap. Their complaints haven't changed much over the years. First, it was what a pity the university is such a long drive, and what a shame we only get phone calls on Sunday afternoons. Now it's grandbabies and great-grandbabies. These women have always worn motherhood big and loud on their chests, but Tova keeps hers inside, sunk deep in her guts like an old bullet. Private. A few days before Eric disappeared, Tova had made an almond cake for his 18th birthday. The house carried that marzipan smell for days after. She still remembers how it lingered in her kitchen like a clueless houseguest who didn't know when to leave. At first, Eric's disappearance was considered a runaway case. The last person who saw him was one of the deckhands working the 11 o'clock southbound ferry, the last boat of the night, and the deckhand reported nothing unusual. Eric was meant to lock up the ticket booth afterward, which he always did, dutifully. Eric was so pleased they trusted him with the key. It was only a summer job, after all. The sheriff said they found the ticket booth unlocked, with the register cash fully accounted for. Eric's backpack was stashed under the chair, along with his portable cassette player and headphones, even his wallet. Before they ruled out the possibility of foul play, the sheriff speculated that perhaps Eric had stepped away for a short time, planning to come back. Why would he leave his booth alone when on duty? Tova has never understood. Will always had a theory there was a girl involved, but no trace of any girl or any boy, for that matter, was ever found. His friends insisted that he wasn't seeing anyone at the time. If Eric had been seeing someone, the world would have known about it. Eric was a popular kid. 1 week later, they found the boat. A rusty old suncat no one had noticed was missing from the tiny marina that used to be next to the ferry dock. It washed ashore with its anchor rope cut off clean. Eric's prints were on the rudder. Evidence was thin, but it all pointed to the boy taking his own life, the sheriff said. The neighbors said. The newspapers said. Everyone said. Tova has never believed that. Not for 1 minute. She pats her face dry, blinking at the reflection in the powder room mirror. The Nitwits have been her friends for years, and sometimes she still feels as if she's a mistaken jigsaw piece who found her way into the wrong puzzle. Tova retrieves her cup from the sink, pours herself some fresh oolong, and slips back into her chair and the conversation. It's a discussion of Mary Ann's neighbor who is suing his orthopedist after a poorly done surgery. The ladies agree the physician ought to be held responsible. Then there's a round of cooing over photos of Janice's little Yorkie, Rollo, who often comes along to nitwits in Janice's handbag. Today, Rollo is home with a sour stomach. Poor Rollo, Mary Ann says. Do you think he ate something bad? You should stop feeding him human food, Barb says. Rick used to give our Sully plate scraps behind my back, but I could tell every time. Oh, the smelly shit. Barbara, Mary Ann says, eyes wide. Janice and Tova laugh. Well, pardon my language, but that dog could stink up a whole room. May she rest in peace. Barb presses her hands together, prayer-like. Tova knows how dearly Barb had loved her golden retriever, Sully. Perhaps more than she'd loved her late husband, Rick. And in the space of a few months, last year, she lost both. Tova wonders sometimes if it's better that way, to have one's tragedies clustered together, to make good use of the existing rawness. Get it over within one shot. Mary Ann clasps Tova's hand, the other woman's olive Italian skin young-looking and smooth, comparatively. Tova's Scandinavian genes, so kind in her youth, had turned on her as she aged. By 40, her corn silk hair was gray. By 50, the lines on her face seemed etched in clay. Now she sometimes catches a glimpse of her profile reflected in a shop window, the way her shoulders have begun to stoop. She wonders how this body can possibly be hers. I assure you, I don't need help. If that job becomes too much, you'll quit, won't you? Certainly. All right. Mary Ann doesn't look convinced. Thank you for the tea, Mary Ann. Tova slips into her jacket and smiles at the group of them. Lovely afternoon, as always. Tova pats the dashboard and steps on the accelerator, coaxing another downshift from the hatchback. The car groans as it climbs. Mary Ann's house sits in the bottom of a wide valley that once was nothing but daffodil fields. Tova remembers riding through them when she was a little girl, next to her older brother, Lars, in the back seat of the family's Packard. Papa at the steering wheel, Mama next to him with her window down, clutching her scarf under her chin so it wouldn't fly off. Tova would roll her window down, too, and crane her neck as far out as she dared. The valley smelled of sweet manure. Millions of yellow bonnet heads blurred together into a sea of sunshine. Nowadays, the valley floor is a suburban grid. Every couple of years, the county has a big to-do about reworking the road snaking up the hillside. Mary Ann is always writing letters to the council about it. Too steep, she argues, too prone to mudslides. Not too steep for us, Tova says, as the hatchback pulls over the crest. On the other side, a spot of sun glows on the water, squeezing through a crack in the clouds. Then, as if pulled by puppet strings, the crack opens, bathing Puget Sound in clear light. Well, how about that, Tova says, flipping down the visor. Squinting, she turns right onto Sound View Drive, which runs along the ridgeline above the water, toward home. Sun at last. Her asters need deadheading, and for weeks the chilly, wet weather, unseasonable even by Pacific Northwest standards, has dampened her enthusiasm for yard work. At the thought of doing something productive, she presses the gas harder. Perhaps she can finish the entire flower bed before supper. She breezes through the house for a glass of water on her way to the back garden, pausing to press the blinking red button on her answering machine. That machine is perpetually full of nonsense, people trying to sell her stuff, but she always clears out her messages first thing. How can anyone function with a red light blinking in the background? The first recording is someone soliciting donations. Delete the second message is clearly a scam. Who would be foolish enough to call back and give a bank account number? Delete. The third message is an error. Muffled voices, then a click. A butt dial, as Janice Kim refers to them. A hazard of the ridiculous practice of keeping phones in pockets. Delete. The fourth message begins with a stretch of silence. Tova's finger is about to punch the delete button when a woman's voice comes on. Tova Sullivan. She clears her throat. This is Maureen Cochran. From the Charter Village Long-Term Care Center, Tova's water glass clinks as it hits the counter. I'm afraid I have some bad news. With a sharp click, Tova punches the button to hush the machine. She doesn't need to hear any more. It's a message she's been expecting for quite some time. Her brother, Lars. Day 1301 of my captivity. This is how I do it. Near the top of my enclosure, there is a hole in the glass where the pump comes in. There is a gap between the pump housing and the glass, wide enough for me to fit the tip of a tentacle through and unscrew the housing. The pump floats into my tank, exposing a gap. The gap is small, about the width of 2 or 3 human fingers. You will say, but that's tiny. You're too big. This is true, but I have no trouble shaping my body to pass through. That is the easy part. I slide down the glass into the pump room behind my tank. Now begins the challenge. The clock is ticking, you might say. Once I am out of my tank, I must resubmerge within 18 minutes, or I will experience the consequences. 18 minutes, I can survive out of water. This fact is nowhere to be found on the plaque by my tank, of course. I have determined this myself. On the cold concrete floor, I must choose whether to remain in the pump room or breach the door. Each choice has its merits and costs. If I choose to stay in the pump room, I have easy access to the tank's nearest mine. Unfortunately, these tanks hold limited appeal. The wolf eels are simply not an option, for what should be obvious reasons. Those teeth. The Pacific sea nettle are too spicy. The yellow-bellied ribbon worms are rubbery. The bay blue mussels are rather uninspired, flavor-wise, and while the sea cucumbers are delicious, I must use willpower. If I take more than a few, I risk calling Terry's attention to my activities. Alternately, if I choose to breach the door, I have reign of the hallway and the main tank, a more robust menu. But it comes at a price. First, I must invest several minutes on the process of opening the door on the way out. Then, because the door is heavy and will not remain ajar on its own, I must spend several minutes reopening it on my return. Why don't you prop the door? Well, obviously, I did prop the door once, with the stool below my tank. With those extra minutes of freedom, I pillaged a bucket of fresh halibut chunks left by Terry under the hatch of the main tank. Presumably, the halibut chunks were meant to be breakfast for the sharks the following morning, but the dim-witted sharks hardly know day from night. No regrets there. Under this illusion of leisure, it was almost a pleasant evening. Perhaps the most enjoyable time I've had since I was taken captive. But upon return, I discovered something that, to this day, I cannot comprehend. By some sleight, the stool had failed to hold the door. Lesson: I cannot trust a propped door. By the time I worked it open, I was failing. The consequences were in full effect. My limbs moved slowly, and my vision blurred. My mantle became heavy and lolled toward the floor. Through the haze, I could see my flesh had paled to a flat shade of brownish gray. As I crawled across the pump room, the floor no longer felt cold. No surface registered any temperature. Somehow, my clumsy suckers fumbled me up the glass. I worked my tentacles and mantle through the gap. Partway through, I paused, hovering over the surface. My tentacles were completely numb, devoid of any sensation. For a moment, I considered this option. Nothing was something. What might lie on the other side of life? As the water took me in, I returned. My sight sharpened to the familiar trappings of my tank. I coiled a tentacle around the pump and replaced it, closing the gap. Color crept back into my flesh as I poked an arm through the crack to screw the housing into place. My mantle trailed through the cold water as I swam, strong and swift, to my den behind the rock. My gut, crammed full of halibut, ached pleasantly. Afterward, as I rested in my den, my 3 hearts throbbed. The dull pulse of dumb relief. A base instinct triggered by a surprise victory over death. I suppose it might be how a cockle feels, having buried itself in the sand under the snap of my beak. Beating the odds, as you humans might say. The consequences. That is not the only time I have experienced them. There have been other occasions where I have pushed the boundaries of my freedom, but I have never again attempted to rely on those extra few minutes by propping that door. Surely I do not need to explain that Terry does not know about the gap. No one but me knows about the gap. And, as I would like to keep it this way, I will thank you in advance for your discretion. You asked. I answered. That is how I do it. The Wellina Mobile Park is for lovers. Cameron Cassmore blinks through the windshield, fending off relentless sunlight. Should have grabbed his sunglasses. Hauling his hungover ass up to Wellina at the ungodly hour of 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning. Parched. He grabs an open can from the cup holder of Brad's truck and takes a swig. Some nasty energy drink. With a grunt, he spits out the open window and wipes his mouth with the sleeve of his shirt, then crumples the can and tosses it onto the empty passenger seat. Gotta go deal with what? Brad had blinked, his eyes bleary, when Cameron asked to borrow his ride. He'd crashed on Brad and Elizabeth's couch after playing last night's epic moth sausage experimental metal show at Dell's Saloon. A clematis, Cameron had said. From his Aunt Jean's panicked phone call, it seemed her douchebag landlord was up her ass about her vines again. Last time, it had ended with the landlord threatening to evict her over that vine. What the hell is a clematis? A half grin spread over Brad's face. Sounds kinda dirty. It's a plant, you idiot. Cameron hadn't bothered to add that it was a flowering and vining perennial, a member of the buttercup family. Native to China and Japan, brought to Western Europe in the Victorian era, and prized for its ability to climb trellises. Why does he remember shit like this? If only he could cleanse his brain of the useless knowledge clogging it up. Gaining speed after turning onto the highway that runs out to Aunt Jean's trailer park, Cameron rolls down all the windows and lights a cigarette, which he never does anymore, only when he feels like garbage. And this morning, he feels like hot, steaming garbage. Smoke trails out the window and vanishes over the flat, dusty farmlands of the Merced Valley. Daisies bob in the breeze of Aunt Jean's garden. She's also got some huge bush full of white flowers, a twinkle-light veil-like thing, and this water fountain that he knows runs on 6 DD batteries because she asks him to help her change them. It seems like every time he comes over. And frogs. There are frogs everywhere. Little cement frog statues with moss growing in the cracks, frog flower pots. A Stars and Stripes wind sock waving from a rusty metal hook, featuring 3 grinning frogs decked out in patriotic red, white, and blue. Seasonal frogs. If the Wellina Mobile Park had a prize for best yard, Aunt Jean would definitely be gunning for it. And winning. But the odd thing about her immaculate yard is its utter contrast with the disaster Cameron knows lies inside the trailer. The porch steps creak under his work boots. A piece of paper juts out from the handle of the screen door. He lifts the edge to peek. A flyer for the Wellina Mobile Park Bingo Championship. He crumples it and stuffs it in his pocket. There's no way Aunt Jean goes to those ridiculous things. This whole place is so awful. Even the name, Wellina. It means welcome in Hawaiian. Sure as shit, this is not Hawaii. He's about to jab the doorbell, which is frog-shaped, of course, when shouting spills out from behind the trailer. If that old troll, Sissy Baker, would mind her business, no one would have these absurd ideas now, would they? Aunt Jean's voice drips with menace, and Cameron can picture her standing there in her favorite gray sweatshirt, hands on her barrel-like hips, scowling. He can't help but smile as he strides around the side of the trailer. Jean, please, try to understand. Landlord's voice is low, patronizing. Jimmy Delmonico. A first-class douchebag for sure. The other residents are upset at the prospect of snakes. Surely you get that. Ain't no snakes in there. And hooray you to tell me what to do with my bush. There are rules, Jean. Cameron trots into the backyard. Delmonico is glaring at Aunt Jean, who is indeed wearing that gray sweatshirt. Red-faced, she holds up a clutch of the dense, waxy vines that cover the trellis attached to the back of her trailer. Her cane, with its faded green tennis ball jammed on the tip, rests against the siding. Cammy, Aunt Jean is the only person on the planet who's allowed to call him that. He jogs over, then smiles as she wraps him in a quick hug. She smells like stale coffee, as usual. Then he turns to Delmonico, stone-faced, and says, "What's the issue here?" Aunt Jean snatches her cane and points it accusingly at the landlord. "Cammy, tell him there's no snakes in my clematis." He He's trying to make me rip it down. All because Sissy Baker said she saw something. Everyone knows that old Bat can't hardly see. You heard her. No snakes in there, Cameron says firmly, tilting his head at the mass of vines, which have grown thick and lush since his last visit. How long has it been? A month. Delmonico pinches the bridge of his nose. Nice to see you again too, Cameron. Pleasure's all mine. Look, this is straight out of the Wellina Mobile Park bylaws, Delmonico says with a sigh. When a resident makes a complaint, I'm required to undertake an investigation. And Mrs. Baker said she saw a snake. Said she saw, right in that there plant, yellow eyes blinking at her. Cameron scoffs. She's obviously lying. Obviously, Aunt Jean echoes, but she casts him a puzzled look from the corner of her eye. Oh, really? Delmonico folds his arms. Mrs. Baker has been a member of this community for years. Sissy Baker's packed full of more shit than a turd burger. Cammy, Aunt Jean swats his arm, reproaching his language, which is rich, from the woman who taught him A is for asshole while he was learning the alphabet. Excuse me, Delmonico dips his glasses. Snakes can't blink. Cameron rolls his eyes. They can't. They don't have eyelids. Look it up. The landlord opens his mouth, then snaps it shut. Case closed. No snakes. Cameron folds his arms, which are at least twice the diameter of Delmonico's. Bicep day's been lit at the gym lately. Delmonico does actually look like he'd prefer to leave. Studying his shoes, he grumbles. If that's even true, the snake eyelid thing, there are ordinances. Blame the county for that if you want. But when someone reports that one of my properties has a pest infestation, I told you no snakes. Aunt Jean throws her hands up. Her cane lands on the grass. You heard my nephew. No eyelids. You know what it is. Sissy Baker's jealous of my garden. Now, Jean. Delmonico holds up a hand. Everyone knows you have a lovely garden. Sissy Baker's a liar and blind to boot. Be that as it may, there are safety codes. If something creates a hazardous situation, Cameron takes a step toward him. I don't think anyone wants a hazardous situation. It's a bluff, mostly. Cameron hates fighting. But Shrimp on a Stick here doesn't need to know that. Looking almost comically startled, Delmonico pats his pocket, then makes a show of pulling out his phone. Hey, sorry. Need to take this. Cameron snickers. The old fake phone call. This guy sucks. Just trim it back a little, okay, Jean? He yells over his shoulder as he crunches down the gravel walkway toward the road. It takes Cameron the better part of an hour to prune the clematis, fielding Aunt Jean's picky instructions while balanced on a stepladder. A little more there. No, not so much. Trim down the left. I meant right. No, I meant left. Down below, Aunt Jean collects the snipped-off stems and purple flowers in a yard waste bag. Is that thing about the snakes true, Cammy? Sure it is. He climbs down the ladder. Aunt Jean frowns. So, for real, no snakes in my clematis, right? Cameron glances at her sidelong as he strips off his gloves. Have you seen a snake in your clematis? No. Well, there's your answer. Aunt Jean grins, opening her back door, shoving aside a stack of newspapers with the tip of her cane. Stay and visit, hun. Do you want coffee? Tea? Whiskey? Whiskey? Seriously. It's not even 10 in the morning. Cameron's stomach lurches at the thought of booze. He ducks under the door frame and blinks, adjusting to the low light inside, letting out a breath of relief at the state of the place. It's bad, of course, but no worse than last time. For a while, the junk seemed to be breeding with itself like a bunch of horny rabbits. Plain coffee, then, she says with a wink. You're getting old, Cammy. No fun these days. He grumbles something about having too much fun last night, and Aunt Jean nods in her slightly amused way. Clearly, she can tell he's riding the struggle bus this morning. Maybe he really is getting old. 30 is a bitch so far. She shuffles the mess of boxes and papers on her tiny kitchen counter in search of her coffee maker. Cameron picks up the paperback sitting on top of a pile of junk that has nearly buried her rickety little desk. An ancient desktop computer humming somewhere beneath the heap. The book is a romance, one of those ones with a shirtless, muscled guy on the front. He tosses it back down, causing a stack of piled-up crap to cascade to the carpet. When did she get like this? The collecting, as she calls it. She was never like this when he was growing up. Sometimes Cameron passes through their old neighborhood back in Modesto, the 2-bedroom house where she raised him. That house was always clean. A few years back, she sold it to help pay off the medical bills from the summer before. Turns out, getting knocked out in the parking lot of Dell's Saloon costs a fortune, and it wasn't even Aunt Jean's fault. Some asshole guys from out of town were making trouble, and she was just trying to get everyone to simmer down. Somehow, she took a punch to the side of her head and ended up flat on the pavement. A bad concussion, a shattered hip, months of physical and occupational therapy. Cameron had ditched a decent job with a restoration company, one that could have led to an apprenticeship, to care for her, sleeping on her couch so she'd remember her meds, and driving her to and from the brain injury specialist in Stockton. Every afternoon, he met the mailman on the porch, opening the door quietly so she wouldn't notice. His pathetic savings account held off the collectors for a little while. When Aunt Jean finally sold the house, she had just turned 52, the age requirement for Wellena residents. For reasons that still baffle Cameron, instead of getting a regular apartment or something, she decided to use the small amount of cash left over to buy this trailer and move out here. Was that when the collecting started? Is this dump of a trailer park causing it? Still railing about how Sissy Baker has had it out for her since the misunderstanding at the Wellena potluck last summer, Cameron doesn't ask or details. She sets down 2 steaming mugs on the coffee table and motions for him to sit next to her on the sofa. So how's work been? Cameron shrugs. You got canned again, didn't you? He doesn't answer. Aunt Jean's eyes narrow. Cammy, you know I pulled strings down at the county office to get you on that project. Aunt Jean still works part-time at the reception desk at the county office. She's been there for years. Of course, she knows everyone. And yeah, the project was a big one. An office park on the outskirts of town. Still didn't matter. 10 measly minutes late on his second day, and the asshole foreman told him to pack it. Was it Cameron's fault the foreman had 0 capacity for empathy? It's not like I asked you to pull any strings, he mutters, then explains what happened. So you screwed up, royally. Now what? Cameron's mouth twists into a pout. Aunt Jean is supposed to be on his side. A loaded silence sits between them She takes a sip of coffee. Her mug is covered in dancing cartoon frogs with bright red lettering. Who let the frogs out? He shakes his head and tries to change the subject. I like your new flag, the one outside. Do you? Her face brightens the tiniest bit. I got it from one of those catalogs. Mail order. Cameron nods, not surprised. How's Katie? She asks. Katie's fine, Cameron says, his voice breezy. Actually, he hasn't seen his girlfriend since he kissed her goodbye when she left for work yesterday morning. She was supposed to come see Moth Sausage play, but apparently she was too tired to come out. Then he ended up staying out later than planned and crashing at Brad's. But of course, she's fine. Katie's the type of girl who's never in trouble, always fine. She's a good catch for you. Yeah, she's great. I just want you to be happy. I'm happy. And it would be nice if you could hang on to a job for more than 2 days. Great, this again. Cameron scowls, rubbing a hand across his face. His eyeballs are pounding. He should probably drink some water. You're so smart, Cammy. So damn smart. He rises from the couch and stares out the window. After a long second, he says, They don't just hand out paychecks for being smart, you know. Well, for you, they should. She pats the space next to her on the couch, and Cameron sinks down, dropping his throbbing head onto her shoulder. He loves Aunt Jean, of course he does, but she doesn't get it. No one in the family knows where Cameron got his smarts. And by family, he means him and Aunt Jean. That's his whole family. He can barely remember his mother's face. He was 9 years old when Aunt Jean picked him up from his mother's apartment after she'd told him to pack his bag to stay with his aunt for the weekend. In itself, this wasn't unusual. He often stayed overnight there. But this time, his mother never came to retrieve him. He remembers her giving him a hug goodbye, tears running inky trails of makeup down her face. He recalls, with clarity, that her arms felt bony. The weekend turned into a week, then a month, then a year. Somewhere in her cluttered curio cabinet, Aunt Jean has these little ceramic tchotchkes his mother collected as a child, shaped like hearts, stars, animals. Some of them are engraved with her name, Daphne Ann Cassmore. Every so often, Aunt Jean asks him if he'd like to have them, and every time he says no. Why would he want her old crap when she couldn't get herself clean long enough to be his mother? At least Cameron knows who he inherited the disaster gene from. Aunt Jean applied for sole custody with the courts, which was granted without contest. Much better this way. He remembers the caseworker saying in a low voice, for Cameron to be with family rather than entering the system. A decade older than Daphne, Aunt Jean never married or had children of her own. She always called Cameron the blessing she never expected to have. With Aunt Jean, his childhood was good. She was never exactly like the mothers of his friends. Who could forget the Halloween she showed up for his grade school parade in a homemade Marge Simpson costume, the year he went as Bart? But somehow it worked. In school, Cameron did well enough. He met Elizabeth there, then Brad. Surprisingly well-adjusted, he overheard people say sometimes, for a kid in his shoes. As for his father, it's possible that's where Cameron got his smarts. Anything could be possible when it comes to his father. Neither he nor Aunt Jean has any idea who his father is. When Cameron was a kid, before he understood how baby-making worked, and the necessity of, at a minimum, a sperm donor. He used to believe he simply didn't have one. Knowing the crowd your mom ran with, he was probably someone you're better off without, Aunt Jean always says when the subject comes up. But Cameron has always doubted that. He's sure his mother was clean when he was born. He's seen the photos, her hair in soft brown curls as she pushes him on a baby swing at the park. The using, the problems, Cameron is sure came because of him. Aunt Jean starts to get up. More coffee, hun. You sit, I'll get it, he says, shaking the headache off. He picks his way across the clutter toward the kitchen. As he's pouring 2 fresh cups, Aunt Jean calls from the sofa. Say, how's Elizabeth Burnett doing? She's due at the end of the summer, right? I ran into her mama at the gas station a few days ago, but we didn't have much chance to chat. Yeah, she's about to pop. But she's good. She and Brad, they're both good. Creamer swirls in white streaks as Cameron pours it into his coffee. She was always such a sweet girl. I never got why she chose Brad over you. Aunt Jean, Cameron groans. He must have explained 1,000,000 times it was never like that with Elizabeth. Well, I'm just saying. Cameron, Brad, and Elizabeth were best friends growing up, the 3 musketeers. Now, somehow, the other 2 are married and having a baby. It's not lost on Cameron that the tot's going to take his place as Brad and Elizabeth's third wheel. Speaking of which, I should bounce. Brad needs his truck back by lunchtime. Oh, one thing before you go. With effort, Aunt Jean uses her cane to lever herself up from the sofa. Cameron tries to help, but she waves him away. For what seems like a decade, she jostles around the clutter in the other room. Meanwhile, he can't resist poking through a stack of papers on the table. Old electric bill paid, thankfully. A page torn from TV Guide, they still publish that. And a hunk of discharge papers from the Minute Clinic at the drugstore in town. A prescription form stapled to the top page. Damn, personal shit. But before he can bury the script, he sees something that makes his cheeks burn white hot. This can't be right. Aunt Jean, chlamydia. Her cane thumps toward the living room. Cameron tries to shove everything back, but to his horror, the whole stack topples, leaving him holding the script. He dangles it from the tips of his fingers, as if the paper itself might be infected. A stationary transmitted disease. Oh, that, she shrugs, nonchalant. It's going around the park. Cameron feels his insides lurch. He swallows and says, well, this shit is no joke, Aunt Jean. Glad you got treated. Of course I did. And maybe start using, protection. Is he really having this conversation? Well, I'm Team Rubber, but Wally Perkins, he won't. Stop. Sorry I asked, she chuckles. Serves you right for snooping. Point taken. Anyway, this. With her slipper, she nudges a box Cameron hadn't noticed at her feet. Some things of your mother's. Thought you might want them. Cameron stands. No thanks, he says, without a second look at the box. Day 1302 of my captivity. My current weight is 6 pounds. I am a big boy. As always, my examination began with the bucket. Dr. Santiago removed the top of my tank and lifted the large yellow bucket until it was flush with the rim. It contained 7 scallops. Dr. Santiago prodded my mantle over the tank's edge with her net, but needlessly. For fresh scallops, I would have entered willingly. The Anesthesia seeped sweetly through my skin. My limbs stilled, my eyes closed. My first encounter with the bucket was long ago. Day 33 of my captivity. Back then, I found the sensation alarming, but I have grown to enjoy the bucket. With the bucket comes a sensation of total nothingness, which, in most ways, is more pleasant than the everythingness. My arms dragged on the concrete as Dr. Santiago carried me to the table. She folded me into a pile on the plastic scale. She gasped, "Whoa, big boy." "How much?" Terry said, poking me with his large brown hands that always taste of mackerel. "Up 3 pounds from last month," Dr. Santiago answered. "Has his diet changed?" "Not that I know of, but I can double-check," Terry said. "Please do. This sort of gain is abnormal, to say the least." What can I say? I am a special guy, after all. June gloom. There's a new boy bagging at Shopway tonight. Tova flattens her lips as he puts her strawberry and marmalade jams side by side in the grocery bag. They clink ominously as he jostles in the rest. Coffee beans, green grapes, frozen peas, a bear-shaped bottle of honey, and a box of tissues. They're the soft, lotiony kind, the expensive kind. Tova began buying them for Will when he was in the hospital, where the tissues were sandpaper. Now she finds herself too accustomed to them to switch to the more affordable brand. "I'll hardly need to see that, love," Ethan Mack says as Tova presents her loyalty card. The cashier is a chatty fellow with a heavy Scottish accent who also happens to be the store's owner. He raps a calloused knuckle against his wizened temple and grins. "Got it all up here. Had your number punched in no sooner than you came through the door." "Thank you, Ethan. Anytime." He hands her a receipt and flashes his slightly crooked, but kind, grin. Tova scans it to make sure the jams rung through with the promotion properly applied. There they are. Buy one, get one half price. She ought not to have doubted. Ethan runs a tight ship. The Shopway has improved since he moved to town and bought the place a few years back. Won't be long before he has the new boy trained in proper bagging technique. She tucks the receipt into her pocketbook. Some June in it. Ethan leans back and crosses his arms over his belly. It's past 10 in the evening. The checkout lanes are empty, and the new boy has retreated to the bench next to the deli counter. "It's been drizzly," Tova agrees. "You know me, love. I'm like a big duck. Rolls off my back. But I'll be damned if I haven't forgotten what the sun looks like." "Yes, well." Ethan smooths piles of receipts into neat white bricks, his eyes lingering on the circular sucker mark on her wrist, a purplish bruise which has hardly faded in the days since the octopus grabbed her there. He clears his throat. "Tova, I'm sorry to hear about your brother's passing." Tova lowers her head but says nothing. He continues, "You need anything at all, just say the word." She meets his eyes. She's known Ethan for years, and the man doesn't go out of his way to avoid scuttlebutt. Tova has never met a 60-something-year-old man who so enjoys gossip, so he's surely aware of the estrangement between her and her brother. Tone measured, she says. Lars and I weren't close. Had she and Lars ever been close? Tova is certain they were once. As children, certainly. As young adults, mostly. Lars stood alongside Will, both in gray suits, at Tova and Will's wedding. At the reception, Lars gave a lovely speech that made everyone's eyes mist over, even their stoic fathers. For years afterward, Tova and Will spent every New Year's Eve at Lars's house in Ballard, eating rice pudding and clinking flutes at midnight, while little Eric slept under a crocheted blanket on the Davenport. But things started to change after Eric died. Once in a while, one of the nitwits probes Tova, asking what happened between her and Lars, and Tova says nothing really, and this is the truth. It happened gradually. No blowout argument, no fist-shaking or hollering. One New Year's Eve, Lars phoned Tova and informed her that he and Denise had other plans. Denise, his wife, for a time anyway. When they would come for dinner, Denise was fond of loitering around the kitchen sink, while Tova was up to her elbows in suds, insisting that she was there if Tova ever needed to talk. Well, it's not a crime for her to care about you, even if you don't know her well, is what Lars said when Tova registered her annoyance. After that fizzled New Year's, there was a skipped Easter luncheon, a canceled birthday party, a Christmas gathering that never made it past the we should get together state of planning. The years stretched into decades, turning siblings to strangers. Ethan fiddles with the small silver key dangling from the drawer of the cash register. His voice is soft when he says, "Still, family is family." He grimaces, lowering his awkward frame into the swivel chair next to the register. Tova happens to know the chair helps his bad back. Not the sort of gossip she seeks out, of course, but sometimes one can't help but overhear. The nitwits like to natter on about such things. Tova sighs. Family is family. She knows Ethan means well, but what a ridiculous saying. Of course family is family. What else could it be? Lars was her last living relation. Family, even though she hadn't spoken to him in years. "I must get going," she finally replies. "My feet are quite sore from work." Your aquarium gig." Ethan sounds thankful for the change in subject. "Say hello to the scallops for me." Tova nods gravely. "I will tell them hello. Let 'em know they're livin' the high life compared to their cousins over there, in the seafood case." Ethan ticks his head toward the fresh seafood department at the back of the store, the one that, with a few local catch exceptions, offers mostly previously frozen seafood. He leans his elbows on the checkout counter with a bemused look in his eyes. Tova's cheeks flush, having picked up on his facetiousness an instant too late. Those scallops in the cold case, rounds of translucent white. At least Sol Bay is too provincial to support a grocery store that sells octopus. She heaves up her grocery bag. Predictably, its contents list toward one end, and the jam jars clink again. Sometimes there is simply a correct way to do things. With a pointed glance at the new bagging fellow, who is slumped on the deli bench now, jabbing at his phone, Tova sets the bag down and moves the marmalade to the other side of the grapes, the way it ought to have been done in the first place. Ethan follows her gaze. Then he stands and barks. "Tanner, what happened to stocking the dairy case?" The kid stuffs his phone in his pocket and stalks off toward the back of the store. Tova hides a smile at how satisfied Ethan looks with himself when he notices He runs a hand over his short, wiry beard, which is mostly white these days, but clings to a reddish hint. Soon, he'll let it grow in anticipation of the holidays. Ethan Mack plays a very convincing Scots Santa Claus. Every Saturday in December, he'll sit in a chair in the community center in a polyester costume, taking photos with the town's children and occasionally a small dog or two. Janice brings Rollo to visit Santa every year. Kids need a little direction now and then, Ethan says. Then again, I suppose we all do. I suppose so. Tova picks up her grocery sack again and turns toward the door. If you need anything at all, thank you, Ethan. I appreciate it. Drive safe now, love, he calls as the chime dings. At home, Tova unties her sneakers and turns on the television to Channel 4. The 11 o'clock news is only tolerable on Channel 4. Craig Morno and Carla Ketchum and meteorologist Joan Jennison. Channel 7 is tabloid nonsense. And who can stand to watch that blowhard Foster Wallace on Channel 13? Channel 4 is the only sane option. The show's jingle drifts into the kitchen, where Tova unloads her groceries. She hadn't bought much. Her refrigerator is already stuffed with casseroles, left on her porch over the last few days by the nitwits and other well-wishers intending to comfort her over Lars's death. Oh, for heaven's sake, she says, bending down and rustling around her jammed fridge, trying to finagle a space for her grapes around an oversized pan of ham and cheese gratin Marianne dropped off yesterday. A scratching sound startles her. She stands upright. It's coming from the porch. Another casserole. And at this hour, she makes her way past the den, where the television is blaring a commercial for life insurance. The front door is still open from her carrying in the groceries, so she squints through the screen door, expecting to see an offering on the doormat, but it's empty. And no car in the driveway either. The door creaks as she opens it. Hello, more scratching. A raccoon, a rat. Who's there? A pair of yellow eyes. Then a reproachful meow. Tova lets out a breath she hadn't meant to hold. Stray cats roam the neighborhood, but she's never seen this gray one, now sitting on her porch step like a king on his throne. The cat blinks, glaring up at her. Well, she frowns, flapping a hand. Shoo, the cat tilts its head. I said shoo, the cat yawns. Tova plants her hands on her hips, and the cat saunters over and winds its narrow body between her feet. She can feel each tine of its rib cage against her ankle bone. She clucks her tongue. Well, I have ham gratin. Would that suit you? The cat's purr has a high-pitched tinge to it. Desperate. All right, then. But if I catch you using my flower beds as a litter box. She slips back through the door, leaving Cat, as Tova decides it should be called, peering through the screen. After returning with a loaded plate, she sits and watches from the porch swing as Cat devours cold ham, cheese, and potato. When Tova returns the dish to Mary Ann later, she won't mention who consumed it. Shame to see it go to waste, so I'm glad to share, she confides to Cat. And she means this. How much food do her friends think she can possibly eat? Tova sets a mental reminder to collect Cat's dish in the morning and goes back inside, closing the door behind her. From the den drifts the sound of the news, which has returned from a commercial break. Well, Carla, I know I'm ready for some summer weather here in Seattle. Craig Morno chuckles. I'm more than ready, Craig. Carla Ketchum's laugh is watery. Next, she'll lean her forearm on the desk and beam at the camera before turning to her co-anchor. She'll be wearing blue, as she seems to believe it flatters her best. And because it rained today, her blonde hair will be wavy instead of tamed into a bob. Of course, Tova can't see any of this from the kitchen, but she's certain. We'll see what Joan has to say about that. After the break, now the camera will pan back to Craig Morno. His tone will rise a smidgen when he says Joan's name. This began a few weeks ago, presumably when he and the weather lady began having relations. Tova doesn't stay to hear the forecast, doesn't need to it'll be cloudy and drizzly. More June gloom, chasing a lass, though he could do with a spot of sun lately. Ethan Mack doesn't mind foggy nights. Halos gather around the streetlights. A fairy horn bellows somewhere in the broom. Midnight chill seeps down his collar as he sits on the bench in front of the shopway, puffing his pipe. Strictly speaking, this is not permitted. Per the handbook, shopway employees must clock out for smoke breaks. Of course, Ethan himself is the one who wrote that handbook, although even so, he tries not to lift himself above the rules. But he and Tanner are the only ones here, and the kid is in the back, none the wiser. Watching Tova go into the night always prickles his nerves. According to his police scanner, there are always lunatics on the roads at night. Why must she do her shopping so late? It's been almost 2 years since she started coming late in the evening, since Ethan started pressing his flannel collar before his shift, trying to make himself a bit tidier, make himself seem more presentable. He pulls the pipe's warmth into his chest, then exhales. The smoke melts into the fog. The fog reminds Ethan of home, Kilberry, on the Sound of Jura in western Scotland. Still home, though he's lived in the United States 40 years. 40 years since he packed a duffel and quit his post as a docker in Kennecraig. 40 years since he chased a lass. It had fizzled with Cindy. The plan was rubbish to begin with, shacking up with a holiday-making American, pissing his savings on a ticket from Heathrow to JFK. He still remembers how the aisles grew smaller and smaller through the little oval window. Tanner pokes his muttonish head out the door. If he registers Ethan's rule breaking, he doesn't show it. The lad's not the brightest bulb, he says. Did you want me to do the entire cold case? Of course. What do you think I'm paying you for? Tanner grumbles as he slinks back inside. Ethan shakes his head. Kids these days. New York City was gritty in the 70s, and before long, Ethan and Cindy had bigger plans. Cindy emptied her flat in Brooklyn to buy an old Volkswagen van, which they drove across the country, and its vastness blew Ethan's mind. Pennsylvania, Indiana, Nebraska, Nevada. Any one of them could have contained Scotland entirely. When they found the sea again, Ethan was relieved. They lingered on the coast of Northern California for weeks, making love in the shadows of giant redwoods, before working their way north along the Pacific Coast Highway. In a ramshackle chapel somewhere near the Oregon border, he and Cindy tied the knot. Weeks later, in Aberdeen, Washington, the van's transmission finally failed. Ethan tinkered with it, but it was gone, And in the morning, so was Cindy. And that was that. Aberdeen suited Ethan. He had never visited its namesake town on the northern coast of Scotland, but it felt familiar. Low, grey skies, gruff, industrious people. He took a job as a longshoreman, found a bed in a rooming house, took his tea early in the morning while watching the fog drift over the ship masts. The union treated him well, retiring him with a modest pension at the age of 55. Out of grudging necessity, he moved inland, closer to the city, to the physical therapists needed to reshape his back after years of hoisting logs onto boats. But retirement made him restless. Shopway had a swing shift to fill, was happy to furnish an ergonomic chair at his register. He did them one better and gathered up his savings and bought the place. Now, 10 years later, he still doesn't need the money, not exactly. The union pension covers rent, food, gas for his truck, but the trickle of profit from the store affords him new vinyl records for his collection and a nice bottle of scotch now and then. Proper Isla whiskey, not Highlands rubbish. Headlights flash on the slick pavement as a car swerves into the parking lot. Ethan snuffs his pipe and ducks back through the front door. He posts up at the register as a young man and woman stagger in, arms so deeply entwined that they move like a single person. They ping-pong down the aisles, giggling as they ricochet off the pillars of chips and soda. They fumble with a debit card at the register. They peel out onto the road, washing the front windows in white light as they go. Idiots. They'll kill someone. Someone like Ethan's sister, Mariah, who was struck by a truck when she was barely 10. Fishermen on their way back from the pub. The world is full of idiots. The thought of Tova's hatchback out there on that road makes Ethan queasy. He wishes he could drive by her house and make sure her car is parked there. Maybe her lights would be on. But no. He broke himself once, chasing a lass. Day 1306 of my captivity. I am very good at keeping secrets. You might say I have no choice. Whom might I tell? My options are scant. To the extent I am able to communicate with the other prisoners, those dull conversations are rarely worth the effort. Blunt minds, rudimentary neural systems. They are wired for survival, and perhaps expert at that function. But no other creature here possesses intelligence like mine. It is lonely. Perhaps it would be less so if I had someone with whom to share my secrets. Secrets are everywhere. Some humans are crammed full of them. How do they not explode? It seems to be a hallmark of the human species, abysmal communication skills. Not that any other species are much better, mind you, but even a herring can tell which way the school it belongs to is turning and follow accordingly. Why can humans not use their millions of words to simply tell one another what they desire? The sea, too, is very good at keeping secrets. One in particular, from the bottom of the sea, I carry with me still. Baby vipers are especially deadly. The box sits on Cameron's kitchen counter, untouched, for 3 days. Aunt Jean had schlepped it out of the trailer herself. Toss it if you want, but at least look through it first, she'd said. Family's important. Cameron had rolled his eyes. Family. But when that woman truly wants her way, arguing is pointless. so the box traveled home with him. Now, Cameron eyes it from the sofa, considering turning off Sports Center to take a look. Might be something in there he could take down to the pawn shop. Katie will need his half of July's rent soon. Maybe after lunch. The microwave hums and rotates his noodle cup while he waits, cooking by magnet blasting radiation, causing food molecules to beat the shit out of each other. Who comes up with this stuff figures out how to market it. Whoever that guy is, he's probably swimming naked in a pile of cash somewhere, surrounded by supermodels. Life is unfair. Ding. Cameron removes the steaming cup. He's carrying it back to the sofa, careful not to let it slosh, when the apartment door creaks open, startling him. Shit, scalding liquid spills over his hand. Cam, are you okay? Katie drops her work bag and runs over. I'm fine, he mutters. What's she doing home on a Tuesday afternoon? Then again, she might ask him the same question. His mind spins. Had he told her he was working today? Had she asked? Hang on, she says, ducking into the kitchen, her perfect little butt twitching under her gray skirt. Katie works at the front desk of the Holiday Inn by the freeway. Good thing she's been working day shift lately. He would have been busted by now if she were still on nights. She hurries back, carrying 2 damp rags. Thanks, Cameron says, as she hands him one. Its coolness is welcome relief on his hand. Then she squats down to wipe up the spilled broth with the other. So you're home early, he says, bending to help, forcing his voice to be casual. I've got a dentist appointment this afternoon. Remember, we talked about it last week. Oh yeah, right, Cameron nods, vaguely recalling. I don't remember you mentioning you were off today. She plucks a stray noodle from the carpet and drops it into her rag, looking up at him through narrow eyes. Yeah, I'm off today. He doesn't add, and tomorrow, and the next day, and the one after. Weird they'd give you a day off. It's only your 3rd week. It's a holiday, actually. Shit, why did he say that? She stands. A holiday. Yeah, it's a slippery lie. International Contractors' Day. Everyone gets the day off. Really, what is he going to tell her? The truth? He just needs time. A few days to land a new job. Then it'll be all good. International Contractors' Day. Yep, everyone gets the day off. Everyone. Bizarre they're still working on the roof next door then, isn't it? Cameron opens his mouth, but the bang-bang of a nail gun echoes from the rooftop of the next building over, cutting him off. Katie's face is cold, blank. You got fired again. I mean, technically, what happened? Well, I was. When were you going to tell me? She interrupts. I'm trying to tell you now, if you'll give me a chance. You know what? Never mind. She picks up her work bag and stomps toward the door. I don't have time for this. I'm late for my appointment, and I'm done giving chances. Chances. If life kept a tally of chances, Cameron would be owed big time. What would Katie know about having an addict parent? What would Katie know about this gnawing hatred inside him that never goes away? Katie, with her parents who bought her a car when she graduated high school. Katie, with her tight gray skirt and straight white teeth, which right now are being polished by some needle-dick dentist. They'll give her a free toothbrush on the way out. She'll toss it, still wrapped, in the bathroom drawer, because she uses some fancy electric toothbrush anyway. He's stretched out on the couch, watching some low-budget action movie, when she finally returns. It occurs to him that it's been a while. Hours and hours. It's nearly dark outside now. Way longer than a dentist appointment should take. Not that he'd actually know. He hasn't been to a dentist in years. Maybe Katie had a bunch of cavities or something. A root canal. Aunt Jean had a root canal last year and complained about the pain for a week. The thought of perfect Katie getting poked in the mouth with a pointy drill is vaguely satisfying, and this makes him feel like a jerk. "Hey," he calls, then pauses, waiting for her lamenting sigh, the one meaning she's still pissed, but less so. He'll say he's sorry and she'll frown, but she won't really mean it. Then he'll put his hand on her leg, and she'll lean into him, and they'll lie here cuddling while they finish watching this dumb movie before retiring to bed for some solid post-argument sex. But she doesn't respond. Instead, she heads straight for the bedroom. He half smiles. Straight to it. Then he hears the first thunk. What the? He has to investigate. As he walks in, Cameron watches his work boot sail over the edge of the moonlit balcony, landing below on the tiny square of crusty grass. Thunk. Its mate hits the walkway, then bounces a couple of times over the weedy cracks, laces dragging behind. "Katie, can't we talk?" She doesn't answer. "Look, I'm sorry. I should have told you." Again, no response. Whiz. A ball cap grazes his ear as it sails by. His favorite Niners cap. Enough. Yeah, he should have told her he got canned. But could they just talk about it for a hot second before she throws out everything he owns? "Katie," he says slowly. Like she's some wild animal, he reaches out and puts a tentative hand on her shoulder. "Don't," Katie mutters, twisting away. She yanks a pair of his boxers from the bureau and wads them in her fist, then hurls them toward the balcony door. But the throw is too soft. The underwear unfurls and flops to the floor. He bends to pick it up. "Can we just talk? I can't do this anymore, Cam." For the first time since she left for the dentist this afternoon, she meets his gaze. Her eyes blaze, like the bonfires they used to build in the shadow of his Jeep when they'd go camping out in the high desert. But those days are long gone. The repo guys snagged the Jeep months ago. Cameron was going to call the bank to make their so-called payment arrangement. He swears he was about to do it. But no, they just sent those assholes in and hauled it away. No second chance. Yet another deduction from his chance tally. "I swear I was going to tell you, and it wasn't my fault." "Sure, it wasn't your fault. Never is it?" No, the relief that washes over him at her sudden empathy is short-lived. Of course she's being sarcastic. His cheeks burn. "I mean, it's complicated." Of course she's kicking him out. Cameron would probably kick himself out too. Katie closes her eyes. "Cameron, it isn't complicated. I'm going to put this to you as simply as possible, so your juvenile brain can understand. This is over. But I've got rent covered," he insists, thoughts veering back to Aunt Jean's mystery box. Desperation tinges his voice. He trails Katie from the bedroom into the kitchen, still clutching his boxers. "This isn't about rent. It's about your inability to be an honest human being." She picks up the mystery box from the counter and starts back toward the bedroom, toward the balcony. To his surprise, his gut clenches. "I'll take that." "Fine, whatever, just get out." She drops the box and it lands with a heavy thump on the carpet, Her face has changed, the fire in her eyes vanished. She looks tired. You mean right now? Cameron snorts. She can't be serious. No, next Saturday. I threw your stuff outside for the hell of it. She rolls her eyes. Yes, of course, right now. Where am I supposed to go? Not my problem. She lets out a hollow laugh. Not that I care, but someday you're gonna have to grow up, you know. The box makes a reasonably comfortable seat. It's better than the curb anyway, in the dark, and with his stuff heaped next to him, Cameron waits for Brad to pick him up. And waits, for an hour. Of all the times to not have a car. Finally, headlights sweep around the corner. What the hell happened? Brad slams his truck door as he gets out. What the hell yourself? What took you so long? Well, let's see. How about I was asleep? Because it's almost 11 on a Tuesday night. Brad starts chucking Cameron's stuff into the truck bed. Some of us have to work tomorrow, you know. Hey, fuck you. Brad's face melts into a grin. Too soon, sorry. Whatever. Can we just go? As Cameron hoists a trash bag full of clothes, he glances up at the balcony, where Katie still has the patio door open and the bedroom light on, no doubt watching the curbside scene unfold. He throws one last glance toward the apartment before nestling his guitar case atop the pile and flipping the tailgate up. It creaks loudly, then closes with a metallic bang. Come on, Brad says, unlocking the passenger door. Get in. Thanks, Cameron mutters, hopping onto the seat with the box on his lap. Brad and Elizabeth's house is on the outskirts of town, where subdivisions pop up overnight like a bad rash. Unnecessary plaster columns and fake brick facades and 4-car garages. Bougie as shit. Elizabeth's parents gave them a huge chunk of money for the down payment a few years ago after their wedding. Must be nice. But Cameron doesn't complain about any of these things on the 15-minute drive there from his apartment. His old apartment. It's Katie's apartment now. Her name alone is on the lease. When he first moved in, she was constantly on his case about calling the landlord to be officially added because Katie always follows the rules. But after a while, she let it drop. Maybe she saw this coming. It's in the box, Brad asks, interrupting his thoughts. Baby vipers, Cameron deadpans, not missing a beat. Dozens of them. I hope Elizabeth likes snakes. Half an hour later, Brad slides a coaster across the coffee table before he hands Cameron a sweating pint glass, as Cameron finishes explaining what happened. Maybe she'll get over it, Brad says, yawning. Just give her a couple of days. Cameron looks up. She threw my shit on the lawn, like something from some dumb chick flick movie. Every damn thing I own. Brad glances at the pile in the corner. That's really everything you own. I mean, not literally, but you know. Cameron frowns. What about his Xbox, still parked in the cabinet under Katie's TV? He'd skirted overdraft fees to buy that thing when it first came out. But it might as well be Katie's now. Like hell is he going back there to beg for it? Maybe those couple of bags and one dubious box really are all he owns now. Cameron's eyes fix on Brad's oversized bay window when he continues. We can't all live in a McMansion, you know. It was meant as a joke, but the words spray out like acid. He attempts to soften his tone. I mean, I've just been embracing my minimalist side. Brad raises an eyebrow, stares at Cameron for a long moment, then raises his pint. Well, here's to new beginnings. Thanks for letting me crash again. I owe you one. Cameron clinks, and lager sloshes over the rim, dribbling on the table. Seemingly out of thin air, Brad comes up with a paper towel, then leans over to dab the spill. You owe me like 10. I charge extra for checking in after midnight. Brad grins, but his eyes are serious. And I know I don't need to tell you this again, but you'll owe me new furniture if you mess anything up. Cameron nods. He got the same speech last week when he crashed on the couch after the bar. Elizabeth just got new living room furniture, and apparently its utilization for normal living room activities, like sitting and lounging, is a sensitive subject. He used to sleep in the guest room when he crashed here, but it's been remodeled for the baby now. Just last month, Cameron patched the drywall in the closet for payment in pizza, after Brad tore it up trying to install some ridiculous shelving system. Cameron could patch drywall in his sleep, and in fact, he did one time, or half asleep anyway, or so the foreman of that job site claimed before sacking Cameron on the spot. And seriously, Cam, Brad continues, 2 nights tops, 10-4. So where are you gonna go? Brad folds the beer-dampened paper towel and places it neatly on the edge of the table. Cameron props a sneaker over his knee and twists a fraying shoelace around his finger. Maybe one of those new apartments downtown, Brad sighs. Cam, what? I got a buddy who worked that job. He says they're nice inside. Cameron pictures himself settling into a wide leather sofa, digging his bare toes into brand new carpet. He'll need a flat screen, of course, 80 inches at least. He'll mount it to the wall and run the cords behind so they don't show. Brad leans forward, lacing his hands. There's no way in hell they're going to rent one of those to you. Why not? Dude, you have no job. Not true. I'm between projects right now. Are you ever not between projects? The construction industry is cyclical. Cameron straightens up, a bite creeping into his voice. What would Brad know about actual physical work? He spends all day faffing around some dumpy little office, shuffling papers for the local electric utility. Brad used to talk about leaving, going to San Francisco or something. But he'll never leave now, and Cameron knows why. His parents are here, Elizabeth's too, and now all 4 of them are about to be grandparents. The whole clan gets together for dinner on Sunday nights, probably eats honey-glazed ham or some shit. Why would they ever leave? Cameron wonders if there's some sort of special tether children of normal families are granted. One for which he's never been eligible. Cam, what's your credit score? Cameron hesitates. Truth is, he has no clue. Hell would freeze before he'd check. When he got the Jeep a few years back, it was in the low 600s, but that was several questionable life choices ago. With a sarcastic smirk, he answers, 120. Brad shakes his head. Maybe that's your bowling score. Sure as hell's not your credit score. Well, what can I say? I'm awesome at bowling. Obviously. Cameron runs his fingers over the little series of punctures in the side of his sneaker. Probably from Katie's dog, a teacup something or other with a taste for footwear, his in particular. The dog is such a pain in the ass. Katie sent it to live with her parents, but they brought it over every time they visited. At least he won't have to deal with that garbage anymore. Why don't you go back to school? Brad suggests. Not for the first time. Get your associate's degree or something. Cameron grunts. Brad should be smart enough to realize college costs money Cameron doesn't have. But suddenly, Cameron does have an idea. A good one. You know that apartment over Dell's? Brad nods. All the regulars at their watering hole know about the place upstairs. They joke sometimes that old Al, the bartender, could make a killing renting it out by the hour. The other night, I heard old Al say it's empty, Cameron continues. Maybe he'd rent it to me. He might make you settle your tab first, but maybe. I'll ask him when we're there for our gig next week. Brad clears his throat. Next week? Fine, I'll go over tomorrow. Good, Brad says. Then he looks down. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. I wanted to wait until everyone was together. But what? Cameron frowns. Just spill it. Our moth sausage show next week. It'll be my last. What? Cameron feels like someone kicked him in the chest. Yeah, I'm quitting the band. Brad grimaces. With the baby coming, Elizabeth and I think it's best if you're the lead singer, Cameron blurts. You can't quit. Sorry. Brad looks like he's shrinking in his chair. Can you not tell the guys yet? I really wanted to wait until everyone was together. Cameron stands and stalks over to the window. It's just that with the baby, things will be different, Brad goes on. Cameron glares at Brad and Elizabeth's front yard, its glowing landscape lights, the golf course grass, the brick walkway. To his horror, a lump forms in his throat. Of course Brad would leave moth sausage when the baby came. He should have seen it coming. I get it, he says finally. I'll still come to the shows. Cameron swallows a scoff. There won't be any moth sausage shows without Brad. Elizabeth, too. Maybe we can bring the baby. Brad lets out a long sigh. I really am sorry. It's cool. Cameron returns to the sofa and starts removing the decorative pillows, making a point to stack them extra neatly. It's late. I should sleep. Yeah, okay. Brad hovers for an extra moment before picking up their empty glasses. Hang on, you need sheets, he says before disappearing down the hallway. Sheets for a couch. Since when, a minute later, Brad reappears with an unopened package of bedsheets, which he tosses at Cameron. They're purple and white striped, and Cameron would bet anything Elizabeth picked them out. Purple has always been her favorite color. Brad is still hovering like a goddamn mosquito. Need a hand setting up. Nope. Cameron flashes a tight smile. Night. Okay. Night. From the kitchen, Brad calls back. Don't let those baby vipers out. Cameron doesn't answer. Day 1307 of my captivity. Humans have few redeeming qualities, but their fingerprints are miniature works of art. I am well read in fingerprints. I suppose you could say it is one fortunate side effect of dealing with humans all day long. Their trembling boogers and damp armpits, their sticky palms reeking of floral lotion and popsicle residue. But when the doors lock for the night and the lights dim, they leave behind a stunning, intricate mural on the glass at the front of my tank. Sometimes I spend quite some time staring at them, studying. Little oval masterpieces. I visually trace the grooves from the outside into the center, then back out to the edge again. Each one unique. I remember all of them. Fingerprints are like keys, with their specific shape. I remember all keys, too, Muckle teeth, Mrs. Sullivan. Tova opens her trunk, preparing to start her shift, when a short man waving a manila envelope comes jogging across the Solbay Aquarium's parking lot, weaving around the typical handful of cars belonging to the evening fishermen and the day's last joggers. Recognizable Solbay vehicles, most of them. Somehow, Tova hadn't even noticed the unfamiliar gray sedan from which this fellow just burst forth. Tova Sullivan, he hollers again, approaching. She slams the hatchback shut. May I help you? Glad I finally found you, he says, panting. As he catches his breath, he flashes a smile too large for his face, with oversized white teeth. They remind Tova of the bleached barnacles that cling to seaweed-strewn boulders down at the Sound's edge. He continues, You're not an easy lady to track down, you know. I beg your pardon. Your address had my GPS going in circles, and your home phone just rings, no voicemail. Thought I was going to need a private investigator. Warmth creeps up Tova's neck at the suggestion that she might have allowed her answering machine to remain full, exacerbated by the fact that the accusation is basically true. But her voice is even when she says, an investigator. It happens more often than you'd think. He shakes his head, then extends his hand. Bruce LaRue, I'm an attorney for the estate of Lars Lindgren. How do you do? First of all, please let me say, I'm sorry for your loss. His tone doesn't sound particularly sorry. We were not close, Tova explains. Again, right. I won't take up too much of your time then, but I needed to get this to you. He thrusts the envelope at Tova. Your brother had some personal assets, as you probably know. Mr. LaRue, I have no knowledge of what my brother did or did not have. She slides a finger under the seal on the envelope and peeks inside. It's a document, a list of some sort, on Charter Village letterhead. Well, now you know. We'll need to get together at some point to sort out the monetary assets. But for now, that's a list of his belongings. Just a few personal items. I see. Tova tucks the envelope under her arm. You can give them a call and let them know when you'll swing by to pick everything up. Swing by. Charter Village is all the way up in Bellingham. That's an hour away. LaRue shrugs. Look, go get the stuff, or don't. They'll get rid of it after some time if no one shows up. If no one shows up. To Tova's knowledge, Lars never remarried after he and Denise split, but she's always supposed he must have had a sweetheart or two. A close friend, at least. Isn't that part of the reason people move to those homes? For the social scene. But this LaRue fellow seems to be implying that no one had shown up for Lars. Had ever shown up for him, maybe. Had he died in the company of some bored nurse? An aide counting the hours until shift's end. I will go, she says quietly. Great. Then my work here is done, for now. I'll be in touch. LaRue flashes his grin again. Any questions? A great many questions swirl in Tova's mind, but the one that tumbles out is, how exactly did you find me here? Ah, a very friendly cashier up at that grocery store on the hill. I stopped in for a coffee, having failed to find you at your home address, and when we got to chatting, he mentioned you'd be down here. Nice guy. Talks with a heavy accent, like a leprechaun. Tova sighs. Ethan. By some serendipity, the aquarium is in decent shape tonight. No dried chewing gum to battle. Nothing sticky in the trash cans. No unspeakable bathroom messes. And thankfully, everyone seems to be in their proper tank. I see you back there. The glass front of the octopus exhibit is smattered with greasy fingerprints, which Tova sprays and erases with her rag, while the creature stares at her from one of the upper corners. She's now accustomed to finding his exhibit empty, seeing him instead with the sea cucumbers next door, which seem to be his preferred snack. Tova can't say she approves, but it makes her smile. Their secret. He unfurls his arms and floats toward the front glass, never breaking his gaze. Not hungry tonight, are we? He blinks. An hour. On the freeway, she mutters, leaning closer to scrub at a stubborn spot on the glass. I don't care for driving on the freeway, you know. In his slow, almost prehistoric way, the octopus attaches an arm to the inside of the tank and draws his body closer. His suckers look bluish-purple tonight, clinging to the glass. She wrings her rag. And I don't care for those homes either. Retirement homes, nursing homes. All the same, aren't they? Always smell like sick people. Eye gleaming like some otherworldly marble, the octopus follows her every move as she folds the rag and tucks it away. Tova leans on the cart. Lars always left messes, and now he's left one last thing for me to clean up, even after he's died. His life was always a bit disorganized. Mind you, that wasn't why we stopped speaking. No, that wasn't the reason. She tuts at herself. What is she doing, talking to this octopus? Not that she doesn't always say hello to the creatures here, as fond of them as she is, but this is different. This is talking. But good heavens, if it doesn't feel like the creature is actually listening. Of all the impossible things, and anyway, there was no reason. Nothing, really. Well, good night, sir. Tova gives the octopus a polite nod, then moves along. At the seahorse exhibit, there's a handwritten sign taped to the glass. Tova recognizes Terry's scrawl. Mating. Give them space. Oh, Tova clasps a hand to her chest, peering cautiously around the paper. Is it that time again? Last year, Terry threw a little baby shower for the entire staff, all 8 of them, when the seahorses spawned. Mackenzie had stayed after her admissions shift to blow up balloons and paint a banner that read "Giddy up, little cowboys." Dr. Santiago, the veterinarian, had dropped by with a cake that read, in cursive icing, "Hip hip hooray for hippocampus babies." Generally, Tova avoids parties, but that cake had drawn intrigue. During Eric's sophomore year, he made a poster board project for honors biology on the hippocampus of the human brain. He devoted a whole panel to the etymology of the term, its derivation from ancient Greek, its shared meaning with the scientific term for the seahorse genus, and its mythological connection to sea monsters. Maybe we all have sea monsters living in our brains, Eric joked as he pasted chunks of paper onto the poster board on their dining room table. Anyway, if Terry and Mackenzie had planned to repeat the gesture this year, it would be well underway. Tova hasn't heard of it, although she's sure they'd never exclude her. Not intentionally. If a celebration does happen, she supposes she'll see the mess afterward. It's absurd anyway. That's what the nitwits said last year when she told them of it. Perhaps she's the only person on Earth who thinks hippocampus babies are more exciting than human ones. Ethan is wiping down the shopway register when she enters. He beams at her. Tova. The shopping baskets sit in a neat pile next to the newspaper stand, but Tova marches right past them, past the short row of nested carts, directly to the register. She's not here to shop. Good evening, Ethan. His face starts to flush. Within moments, it's nearly as red as his beard. I have just had a visitor at my place of employment. Do you know anything about that? I, the bloke with the muckle teeth. Ethan folds his rag and tucks it in his apron pocket, looking sheepish. I wouldn't have told him if he hadn't said it was important. Your brother's estate and all. Tova clucks her tongue. Estate. Is that what he told you? Well, yeah. Who wouldn't want an estate? Tova sighs. Is there any local drama into which Ethan is not champing at the bit to insert himself? Stiffly, she continues. Apparently, my brother left some personal effects in the nursing home where he died. Nothing worthwhile, I'm certain, but now I must go retrieve them. Ethan looks genuinely contrite, regret clouding his wide green eyes. Bloody hell, Tova, I'm sorry. It's at least an hour's drive. Aye, bit of a haul, he says, picking at a callus on his thumb. Tova inspects her sneakers. She is not in the habit of asking for help, but Ethan had seemed genuine in his offer, and the thought of 2 hours on the freeway makes her uneasy. I should like to take you up on your offer. Offer? Ethan looks up, his voice a touch brighter. Yes. If I need anything at all, you said. Well, there is something. Anything, love. What do you need? Tova swallows hard. A ride to Bellingham. Day 1308 of my captivity. The seahorses are at it again. The humans display shock and excitement, as though this were a surprise. I assure you, it is not. The seahorses spawn at the same time every year. I have witnessed 4 of their breeding cycles during my captivity here. There will be hundreds of seahorse larvae. Thousands, perhaps. They begin as a cloud of eggs, and over several days, transform into a clump of wiggling limbs, bearing no resemblance to their parents. In fact, they look like small versions of the sea worms that prowl the sands of the main tank. It is fascinating how a freshly born creature can be so unlike its creator. Obviously, this is not the case with humans. I have observed humans at every life stage, and they are, at all times, undeniably human. Even though the human baby is helpless and must be carried by its parent, no one could mistake it for anything else. Humans grow from small to large, and then sometimes recede again as they approach the end of their lifespan. But they always have 4 limbs, 20 digits, 2 eyes on the front of their heads. Their dependence upon their parents is unusually prolonged. Certainly, it makes sense that the smallest children require assistance with the most basic of tasks: eating, drinking, urinating, defecating. Their short stature and clumsy limbs make these activities difficult. But as they gain physical independence, oddly, their struggle continues. They summon mother or father at the slightest need. An untied shoelace, a sealed juice box, a minor conflict with another child. Young humans would fail abysmally in the sea. I do not know how a giant Pacific octopus spawns. How might my larva look? Are we shapeshifters like seahorses, or humdrum like humans? I suppose I shall never know. Tomorrow, there will be crowds. Terry may even allow the main doors to stay open late to accommodate additional humans who wish to see the seahorses spawn. These rule benders will scurry past my tank, most of them uninterested in anything else. Every so often, one will pause here. With these, I always play a game. I unfurl my arms and let them waft in the artificial current of the pump. One by one, I sucker my tentacles to the glass, and the human draws nearer. Then I pull my mantle to the front of the tank and stare into its eyes. The human calls its companions to come look. As soon as I hear their footsteps around the bend, I jet back behind my rock, leaving nothing but a whoosh of water. How predictable you humans are, with one exception. The elderly female who mops the floors does not play my games. Instead, she speaks to me. We converse. Happy endings. For the umpteenth time, Ethan's thoughts circle back to the nitwits. Any of those ladies could have given Tova a lift to Bellingham. Surely they're aware of her reluctance to drive on the freeway. But she asked him. This morning, he awoke an hour early so he'd have time to shower and trim up his beard, get himself sharp and tidy. Everyone knows how much Tova likes things neat and clean. Because he was up at the crack of dawn, he consumed an extra mug of tea, and maybe that's why he can't stop his fingers from thrumming on the steering wheel like he's jamming on a piano. Are you all right? Tova asks again from the passenger seat. She drops her crossword pencil onto the newspaper resting on her lap and brushes a speck of lint from the upholstered seat. He should have hauled his arse out of bed at 5 this morning instead of 6. Then he would have had time to tidy up his truck as well as himself. I'm all right. Why do you ask? A pretty smile spreads over her face. Honeybee hands. Honeybee what? Honeybee hands, you know, busy. That's what I used to say when Eric couldn't keep his fingers still. Startled at the mention of that name, Ethan takes a deep breath and wulls the jitters out of his limbs. Honeybee hands. Clever. In his mind, he assembles an explanation about too much caffeine this morning. But when he glances over a moment later, she's reabsorbed in her puzzle, tapping the eraser on her chin as she studies the fold of newspaper. Scrap that one, then. He scans for any of the other conversation starters he'd spent half the night rehearsing, but he somehow comes up blank. The only topics that surface are off-limits. Dead brother, dead husband, dead son. Sheesh. Still in shock, she brought Eric up a moment ago, but clearly that moment has passed. Instead, what comes out is, "What's that you're working on?" Which is a ridiculous question. Anyone can see it's a crossword. She frowns. Yesterday's puzzle. I'm afraid I've fallen behind. Behind, he chuckles. You mean you do that thing every day? Of course. It's the daily crossword. I complete it daily. And if you miss a day, you catch up. Her pencil scratches as she fills in a set of boxes. Naturally. The Charter Village Long-Term Care Center is tucked into a series of rolling green hills sliced through by a long, winding driveway. As they motor through the campus, smaller parkways splinter off the main one, each with a signpost: Memory Center, Tennis Complex, Acute Care, Clubhouse. This place has it all. Finally, a signpost points toward reception, and Ethan leans on the accelerator. He lets out a low whistle as he pulls around the circular drive, past a pair of maroon brick columns dressed in ivy. Downright posh. It looks like a fancy prep school or university, not a wretched place where old folks come to play tennis before eventually withering away. This is it, love. Face is stone. Yes, it seems so. Ethan cuts the ignition and gives her a puzzled look. You've never been here before. I have not. He resists the urge to unleash another low whistle. Tova had said Lars lived here for a decade. Had she really not visited even once? She gathers her purse, tucking the newspaper inside. Shall we? Ethan scrambles out and hurries around the truck, hoping to reach the passenger side in time to open her door for her. But by the time he gets there, she's already striding toward the stately building. For the first half hour, Ethan waits in the reception area, and the minutes drag. The leather chairs are remarkably plush, but the reading material is absolute shit. National Geographic, AARP the magazine, and a handful of dry Wall Street rags. Couldn't they spring for something halfway interesting, like Rolling Stone or even People? Celebrity gossip has always been Ethan's guilty pleasure. His honeybee hands come back, drumming impatiently on the low coffee table. He rises and inspects the refreshment table in the corner of the lobby, which inexplicably offers coffee, but not tea. All of this leather and ivy, and they can't even furnish a spot of Earl Grey. What rubbish. What rubbish. He plucks a disposable cup from the stack and pours a cup of decaf anyway, because it's free. He doesn't particularly enjoy coffee. When Ethan was 19, he worked for a stint at the Kiddie Zoo down in Glasgow, shoveling the elephant pen. Once, as a joke, two of the other blokes that worked there collected feces and ran it through a juice press. What came out looked remarkably like coffee. Never been the same since. Coffee hasn't. When Tova had whisked off toward the inside of the facility, he insisted she take her time going through her brother's things. But now he realizes he has no context for how long such an activity might take. Will he be waiting here all day? He should have brought a book. From the front desk, there's a gaggle of voices. Some folks assembling for a tour of the facility, looks like. The woman leading the group, wearing a gray suit and a sleek amber ponytail, addresses the small cluster in a clear, confident voice. Welcome to Charter Village, where happy endings are our specialty. Ethan nearly spits out his coffee. Happy endings. Who came up with that one? Gray suit frowns at him. Sir, Ethan wipes dribbled coffee from his chin with his sleeve. Are you joining us? Me. He looks over his shoulder, as if there might be another sir behind him. Then he shrugs. Sure, why not? Something to pass the time anyway. This way, then. With a polite smile, she motions him toward the group. Ethan must admit it. The residents do seem happy. Maybe that ridiculous slogan isn't off base. There's a billiard room, a cafeteria with a mile-long buffet, even a pool and jacuzzi. Residents can get room service, and the beds are made up daily with 600 thread count sheets. By the time the tour starts to wrap up, Ethan finds himself half convinced to move in, as if he could afford it. His union pension wouldn't go far in a place like this. When a Tova surfaces an hour later clutching a box, Ethan springs from the plush reception leather chair. All right then, love. Certainly. Tova looks so little in her purple cardigan, and the box makes her frame seem even more slight. This time, he beats her to the car door. Chivalrously, he opens it and steps aside for her to enter, for which she thanks him politely. Then he takes the box and finds a space for it behind the passenger seat. But there's something else, too. A glossy page with an image of the community center and tennis courts. Some bloke with a full head of silver hair and white shorts swinging a racket. As Tova is fiddling with her seat belt, he steals a longer peek. It's not just a slick brochure. It's a whole packet. A sleek Charter Village folder with that terrible motto. We specialize in happy endings. There's one page not neatly aligned in the folder. An application. Day 1309 of my captivity. You humans love cookies. I assume you know which food I mean. Circular, about the size of a common clamshell. Some are flecked with dark bits. Others are painted or dusted with powder. Cookies can be soft and quiet, moving soundlessly on their journey through human jaws. Cookies can be loud and messy, bits breaking off at the bite, crumbs tumbling down a chin, adding to the flotsam on the floor that the elderly female called Tova must sweep. I have observed many cookies during my captivity here. They are sold in the packaged food machine near the front entrance. Imagine my confusion, then, at the remark made by Dr. Santiago earlier this evening. What can I say, Terry? Dr. Santiago raised her shoulders and held her hands up. I've seen a lot of octopuses, but you've got a smart cookie here. They were discussing the so-called puzzle, hinged box made of clear plastic with a latch on the lid. There was a crab inside. Terry lowered it into my tank. He and Dr. Santiago leaned down to peer through the glass. Without delay, I seized the box, opened the latch, lifted the lid, and ate the crab. It was a red rock crab, one that was molting, soft and juicy. I consumed it in a single bite. This did not please Terry and Dr. Santiago. They frowned and they argued. I gathered they anticipated my dismantling of the box to take longer. I'm a smart cookie. Well, of course I am intelligent. All octopuses are. I remember each and every human face that pauses to gaze at my tank. Patterns come readily to me. I know how the sunrise will play on the upper wall at dawn, shifting each day as the season progresses. When I choose to hear, I hear everything. I can tell when the tide is turning to ebb outside the prison walls, based on the tone of the water crashing against the rocks. When I choose to see, my vision is precise. I can tell which particular human has touched the glass of my tank by the fingerprints left behind. Learning to read their letters and words was easy. I can use tools. I can solve puzzles. None of the other prisoners have such skills. My neurons number 500 million, and they are distributed among my 8 arms. On occasion, I have wondered whether I might have more intelligence in a single tentacle than a human does in its entire skull. Smart cookie. I am smart, but I am not a snack object dispensed from a packaged food machine. What a preposterous thing to say. Maybe not Marrakesh. McMansionville is too quiet. No footsteps thumping on the ceiling from the upstairs apartment. Cameron's phone battery blinks red, nearly drained. He digs in the bottom of his duffel for his charging cord, but it's sitting on Katie's nightstand. He can practically see it there, left behind, leaving him literally powerless. Maybe Brad or Elizabeth has a spare. He creeps into their kitchen, opening drawers as quietly as he can. Silverware in neat rows, an entire pullout devoted to oven mitts. Who needs that many oven mitts? Are they cooking for an infantry unit? Most are monogrammed. Elizabeth and Bradley Burnett ebb like an ebb tide, as if the two of them are headed right on out to sea, waving to him as he's left alone on the shore. "Hey," comes a voice from the hallway. "Elizabeth." Cameron slams the drawer shut. As if mocking him, it closes slowly and softly, the way these fancy cabinets do. "Didn't mean to startle you." She smiles, an empty cup in one hand. The other rests on her belly, which is trying to bust out of a pale blue robe. "Up for a drink, which means I'll need to pee again in an hour. My bladder is the size of a jelly bean these days." She flicks on the light, then pads over to the refrigerator and presses her cup under the water dispenser. "I can't believe you guys are going to have a baby," Cameron says. Brad and Elizabeth have been married 3 years, and of course, Cameron was best man at their wedding. But it's still just weird. Elizabeth was his best friend since kindergarten, and Brad was a good guy, but always hovering on the periphery of their friend group. Never good enough for Elizabeth in high school, but somehow they got together a few years later. Now married, now a baby. "A baby, I thought I was just bloated." Elizabeth's eyes crinkle, teasing. "How come you're awake anyway? Phone's dead." He holds up the moribund device. "You guys have an extra charger." Elizabeth gestures. "Junk drawer. Thanks." He pulls out a neatly coiled cord. Grimacing, Elizabeth eases herself up onto one of the bar stools lining the island counter and takes a long drink of water. "Sorry to hear about you and Katie." He slumps onto the stool next to her. "I screwed that up. Sounds like it." "Thanks for the sympathy, lizard breath." "Anytime, Cameltron," she says with a grin, returning the childhood nickname. "So, what happens now?" Cameron picks at the fraying spot on the cuff of his favorite hoodie, depositing the greenish thread bits in a pile on the counter. "I'll get a new place. Maybe that apartment over Dell's." "Dell's? Gross." Elizabeth wrinkles her nose. "You can do better than that. Besides, who wants Uncle Cam smelling like stale beer when he comes to see the baby?" Cameron drops his head, letting it rest on the cool granite for a moment before looking back up. "I'm not exactly flush with options here." Elizabeth leans across the counter and sweeps the thread bits into her palm. "That sweatshirt is also gross, by the way. Brad threw his out a long time ago." "What, why?" "It's not official moth sausage gear exactly, but the whole band got them. Years ago. Always planned to get them screen printed." "When was the last time you washed it?" "Last week," Cameron says with a huff. "I'm not an animal." "Well, it's still gross. It's falling apart. And I'll never understand why you guys picked that baby poo color. It's moth green." Elizabeth studies him for a long moment. "Why don't you, travel or something?" she says quietly. "What's keeping you here?" He blinks. "Where would I go? San Francisco, London, Bangkok, Marrakesh." "Oh, sure. I'll just summon my Lear, fly halfway around the world." "Okay, maybe not Marrakesh." She lowers her voice. "To be honest, I'm not even sure where that is. It It was part of a puzzle on Wheel of Fortune last night. It's in Morocco, Cameron answers almost automatically. Not somewhere he's ever been or will ever go. Right, smarty pants. Well, maybe I'd have learned that if Brad and I hadn't both fallen asleep on the couch while it was on. Cameron crinkles his nose. Remind me never to get married. I'll be shocked if you ever do. She shakes her head, then snakes an arm under her massive belly, wincing. Okay, back to bed for me. The good news is, she says as she crosses the kitchen and deposits her glass in the sink, I already have to pee again. Thanks for the chat. 2 birds, 1 stone. You're welcome. He heads back toward the living room, clutching the phone charger. See you in the morning. Until then. She flicks off the light and disappears down the hallway. An hour, 2, 3. Bluish light from his phone screen bathes Cameron's face. Katie had gone through a phase where she tried to ban phones from their bedroom after she read some article about how the light was addictive. Messed up your brain waves somehow. He'd always assumed it was nonsense, but now his eyes burn in the screen's glow and his brain feels scrambled. Of course, there's nothing new on any of Katie's social media feeds. He's combed through all of them several times. She hasn't blocked him. Yet, his index finger hovers over her name. One touch to make the call. But probably she's asleep, sleeping easier than ever with him gone. He'd never really belonged there. It was never his place. He needs to let it go. He pulls up a listing app for apartments and scrolls through the photos, each floor plan with wide sunny windows and gleaming countertops. Every single one features a bowl of fresh fruit in its kitchen, 2 oranges, a single yellow banana, and a bunch of shiny red apples. It's the same exact bowl of fruit, like they must have moved it from unit to unit with them. Who gets the fruit when they're done taking all those pictures of it? And who eats red apples anyway? It would be better marketing to lay out a piping hot pizza and a 6-pack of beer. Those fancy fruit apartments aren't for him. The place over Dell's will be good enough. Old Al's not an idiot, though. He'll want a deposit. Time to open that box and see if his deadbeat mama left anything worthwhile he can pawn. As he's retrieving it from the living room, a security light blinks on outside in the front yard. Cameron freezes, but it's just a raccoon. The fattest raccoon he's ever seen. Even the vermin live large out here. He half expects the thing to scowl at him through the window and ask him what he's doing up at this hour, like some middle-aged soccer dad. The box makes a series of soft hisses as he nudges it across the room with a socked toe. He plops on the couch, and a puff of dust makes him cough as soon as he yanks open the first flap. Aunt Jean's doctor is always blaming her cigarette habit for her chronic hacking, but the filth in that trailer must be at least as much to blame. Now that the seed has been planted, the thought of a smoke is beyond tantalizing right now. He really should quit, but he picks up the box, stuffs what's left of his last pack into the pocket of his joggers, and heads outside. Moonlight illuminates the box's contents as he starts to lay out the items, one by one, on the patio table. The suspense is surprisingly exhilarating. Maybe those storage unit bidding war reality shows are onto something. But the thrill is short-lived. This shit is basic. A box of gross, half-used lipsticks. a folder of handwritten papers that look like high school essays, boring and worthless. A concert ticket stub, Whitesnake at the Seattle Center Coliseum, August 14, 1988. Totally useless and also questionable taste in music. About 1,000,000 scrunchies, or whatever those things are girls use to hold their ponytails. A bunch of ancient cassette tapes, shitty hairbands mostly, a few blank, like the kind you'd record a mixtape on. Could be interesting, but who has a tape player these days? And in any case, 0 resale value. Cameron takes a drag on his cigarette. What a supreme disappointment. Why had Aunt Jean wanted to give him this crap? Nothing conjures even an ounce of warmth toward his mother. And more important, nothing will generate even a cent of cash. He picks up the empty box, and a small black drawstring bag tumbles out. Jewelry, jackpot, 4 bracelets, 7 necklaces, 2 empty lockets, 1 broken silver chain. Nothing diamond-like, unfortunately, but some of it seems to be real gold. Worth pawning, anyway. He smooths the bag to make sure it's empty, but it is. There's something stuck in the bottom. He shakes it, and the thing finally dislodges and tumbles out. It's a wad of paper, but it's too heavy to be a wad of paper. No, it's a crusty old photo, folded around a big, chunky class ring. Bringing it inches from his face, he reads the engraving. Sowell Bay High School, class of 1989. He flattens the photo, and even in the half-dark, he recognizes a teenage version of his mother, smiling, her arms around a man he's never seen before. Bugatti and Blondie. Before Will got sick, Tova used to pack a picnic for 2. Cheese, fruit, sometimes a bottle of red wine with 2 plastic tumblers. At Hamilton Park, if the tide was low, they'd scramble down and sit on the beach under the seawall. They'd bury their bare feet in the coarse sand and let the cold, foamy sound lick their ankles as it washed ashore. Tova pulls her hatchback into the empty lot. Park has always been a generous term for the narrow strip of soggy grass, its 2 weather-worn picnic tables, and the drinking fountain that never works. Now, Tova comes here to be alone with her thoughts when she needs a break from being alone in her house, when even the television can't punch through the unbearable quiet. The top of the picnic table is surprisingly hot to the touch, burning under the now clear blue skies, basking in summer's sudden arrival. She opens the newspaper to the crossword and brushes away eraser crumbs. The tide is low and the water is calm, waves plopping onto the beach with heavy, lazy laps. Within minutes, Tova wishes she'd brought a hat. It's so hot the sun burns on the crown of her head. Let's see, she addresses the crossword. Half its squares are filled, the product of her morning coffee hour. She resumes with 6 letters, Harry of Blondie. She traces her pencil under the clue. The rock band Blondie. She traces her pencil under the clue. The rock band Blondie. She bought Eric a cassette for Christmas one year. He'd been about 10, so maybe it was 79 or 80. He played it on repeat for months, until the tape warbled. Tova can picture the cassette's cover, a red-lipped blonde in a shimmery dress. She can't imagine that lady being called Harry. So perhaps this clue is about something else. Tova moves on as she does. The next clue is 3 letters, flannel feature. Talk about a softball, Tova mutters as she fills in the squares. N-A-P, the whiz of a coasting bicycle interrupts Tova's contemplation of 6 letters. Italian automaker Bugatti. Then 2 clicks, unclipping from pedals. The man's fancy cleats force him to walk awkwardly as he crosses the pavement to the drinking fountain. He's tall and lean, but his waddle makes Tova think of a penguin. You'll find it useless, I'm afraid, Tova says. The man turns toward Tova as if surprised she's there. The drinking fountain, out of order. Thanks. Tova peers over her shoulder and watches him position his mouth over the spigot. He curses as he turns the handle. The town should fix that, he grumbles. He takes off his sunglasses and looks out at the Sound with a parched sort of look, as if wondering how bad the seawater could really taste. Tova fishes an unopened bottle of water from the bottom of her bag. She always keeps one on hand, just in case. Would you like a drink? He holds up a palm. Oh no, I couldn't. Please, I insist. Well, okay. The man's cleats squish in the grass as he walks over. He twists open the bottle and chugs, washing the whole thing down in seconds. Thanks. It's hotter out here than I expected. Yes, I should say so. Summer has finally arrived. He sets his sunglasses on the table and sits across from her. I didn't know people still did crosswords. He leans over the paper, craning his neck at the puzzle. Reluctantly, Tova rotates the paper so it's sideways to both of them. They gaze together at it. Somewhere over the Sound, a seagull squawks, ringing through the silence. Tova suppresses a cringe as a drop of sweat falls from the man's chin, bleeding the newsprint on the advice column. Ettore, he says suddenly. I beg your pardon. Ettore. 6 letters for Italian automaker. Ettore Bugatti, the man says with a grin. Those are bitchin' cars. Tova pencils in the letters. The word fits. Thank you, she says. Oh, and that one's Debbie. Debbie Harry of Blondie, of course. Tova clicks her tongue, scolding herself as she writes. When the letters fit, the man holds his hand up for a high five. Tova hesitates, then slaps her small palm against his large, damp one. A silly gesture, but she allows herself a smile. Man, I had a crush on Debbie Harry back in the day, he says, chuckling, eyes crinkling around the edges. Tova nods. Yes, my son was fond of her too. The man stares at her. His eyes widen. Holy shit, he whispers. I beg your pardon, you're Eric Sullivan's mom. Tova stills. Yes, I am. Wow, the man says under his breath. And you are? Tova forces herself to ask this particular question, tamping down the others which threaten to spill out. The endless iterations of did you know him? Were you there? What do you know? I'm Adam Wright. I went to school with Eric. We had a few classes together senior year before he died. Tova fills in the blank again. Right, I'm so sorry. He clips into his pedals. I should get going. Thanks for the drink. The bike's chain whirs as he rides off. For a long time, Tova sits at the picnic table with the unfinished puzzle, running through all of the questions she ought to have asked him, willing herself to breathe. This Adam Wright, was he one of the ones who came to the service, who sat in that candlelight vigil they held on the football field at the school? At home, laundry waits. It's Wednesday, which means stripping the bed and washing the sheets, along with the week's towels. folded in a neat pile on top of her washing machine is the flannel bathrobe that she retrieved from Charter Village last week. Lars wore it nonstop for years, the nurse had explained. Tova wishes she'd left it there. Why would she want her dead brother's old housecoat? Couldn't they wash it and pass it on to someone else? Donate it to charity. Cut it up into rags for cleaning, which is what Tova usually does with her own clothing when it's outrun its useful life. Many people cherish things like this, the nurse said when Tova hesitated. So now it sits in her house, a reminder to Tova of how she is unlike many people. Last week, she'd held a pair of scissors to its hem, ready to make rags, before changing her mind, deciding she had plenty of rags for now. The collection of Lars's personal effects also included a small stack of photographs. Some were very old, slices of the childhood she and Lars shared. These Tova filed among the boxes of family photos in her attic, tucking them between her own albums. Some were rather new, relatively speaking, featuring faces Tova didn't recognize. Slices of the life Lars led after their estrangement. Middle-aged adults smiling at a cocktail party, a group of hikers pausing under a mountain waterfall. This was a Lars she never knew. These she threw in the trash. There was one photo that fit neither of these categories. It featured Lars with a teenage Eric on a sailboat, perched side by side. Two pairs of long legs dangling, suntans offset by the boat's bright white hull. It was Lars who taught Eric to sail, showed him every trick in the book, a solution to every improbable nautical scenario, such as how to leave an anchor rope cut clean. This photo hurt to look at. Tova nearly tossed it in the trash, but stopped at the last minute and buried it in the back of her kitchen drawer that held pot holders and towels, even though it didn't belong there either. Day 1311 of my captivity. If there is one topic of conversation humans never exhaust, it is the status of their outdoor environment. And for as much as they discuss it, their incredulity is, well, incredible. That preposterous phrase, "Can you believe this weather we're having?" How many times have I heard it? 1,910 to be exact. 1.5 times a day on average. Tell me again about the intelligence of humans. They cannot even manage to comprehend predictable meteorological events. Imagine if I were to stride over to my neighbors, the sea jellies, and while shaking my mantle with disbelief, make a comment such as, "Can you believe these bubbles these tanks are putting out today? Preposterous." Of course, this would also be preposterous because the jellies would not answer. They cannot communicate on that level, and they cannot be taught. Believe me, I have tried. Sun, rain, clouds, fog, hail, sleet, snow. Human beings have walked their earth on 2 feet for hundreds of millennia. One might think they would believe it already. Today, salty-smelling sweat collected on their foreheads. Some of them fashioned the pamphlets handed out at the entrance into fans and waved them in front of their faces. Nearly all of them wore shorter garments, revealing their fleshy legs and strappy shoes that slapped back on their feet with each step. And they refused to cease their prattle about the heat. Can you believe this weather we're having? 17 times today. A change of season has come. It has been coming for a while, as it does, with longer periods of light and shorter periods of dark. Soon, I will see the longest day of the year. Summer solstice, the humans call it. My final summer solstice. Nothing stays sunk forever. The following afternoon, Tova sits next to Barbara Vanderhoof under a hair dryer at Colette's beauty shop, which has occupied the same storefront with a painted pink door in downtown Sol Bay for nearly 50 years. Colette herself is in her 70s, same as the Nitwits, but she refuses to retire and fully cede the salon to the younger stylists she's hired over the years. Thankfully, although Tova is hardly a vain woman, she allows herself this indulgence, and there's no one else she'd trust to do her hair in just the right way. A few minutes earlier, she watched Colette trim Barb with her deft and careful hand. Colette really is the best hairdresser around. Tova, dear, how are you doing? Barb leans over as far as the helmet-like dryer will allow, putting undue emphasis on the word doing. As if preemptively cutting off any attempt Tova might make to feign her own okayness. Barbara has always been efficient about slicing away other people's nonsense, a quality Tova can't help but admire. But Tova also prides herself on maintaining no such veneer. She answers, truthfully, quite all right. Lars was a good man. Barb removes her glasses, letting them dangle from the beaded chain around her neck, and dots her seeping eyes with the corner of a handkerchief. Tova bites back the urge to scoff. It isn't the first time she's watched Barbara insert herself into another person's tragedy like this. Barb and Lars couldn't have met more than a handful of times, back in those early years, before Tova and Lars began to fall out of one another's lives. He went peacefully, Tova says, with an air of authority, not adding that this is third-hand knowledge. But the woman at Charter Village had clasped her arm intently while assuring her that Lars would have felt no pain at the end. Yes, Tova looks up, grateful for the speedy switch of topics. Finally, someone who doesn't insist on nattering on for hours about her loss. Any chance you could wipe down the front windows tonight? Just the inside. Certainly, she replies, then adds, I would be pleased to. She means it. The broad window panes in the lobby are always collecting grime, and right now nothing would make her happier than to spray them down and work her cloth over the glass until every last smudge and streak is banished. I'd like the front to look nice for the crowds this weekend. Terry runs a hand down his face, which looks exhausted. If you can't get to all the floors, don't worry about it, okay? We can catch up next week. 4th of July is always the aquarium's busiest weekend. Back in Sol Bay's heyday, the town used to put on a big waterfront festival. These days, it's just busier than average. Tova pulls on her rubber gloves. The pump rooms will get done, and the front windows as well. It will be a late night, but she has never minded staying up late. You're a lifesaver, Tova. Terry flashes her a grateful grin. It's something to do. She smiles back. Terry shuffles around the papers and mess on his desk, and something silver catches Tova's eye. A heavy-looking clamp, its bar at least as thick as Terry's index finger. He lifts it absently, then puts it back down again, like a paperweight. But Tova has the distinct feeling it's not a paperweight. I ask what that's for. Tova leans on the doorway, a sick feeling settling in her stomach. Terry lets out a sigh. I think Marcellus has been going rogue again. Marcellus, the GPO. It takes a moment for Tova to parse the acronym. Giant Pacific Octopus. And he has a name. How did she not know? I see, Tova says quietly. I don't know how he does it, but I'm down 8 sea cucumbers this month. Terry picks up the clamp again and holds it in his cupped palm like he's weighing it. I think he's slipping through that little gap. I need to pick up a piece of wood to go over the back of his tank before I can put this thing on. Tova hesitates. Should she bring up the fried rice cartons in the break room? Her eyes fall to the clamp, which is now resting on top of the paperwork mess on Terry's desk again. Finally, she says, I don't know how an octopus could leave a closed tank. And this is true, technically. She does not know how he does it. Well, something fishy is going on, pardon the pun. Terry glances at his watch. Hey, I can probably make it to the hardware store tonight if I leave now. He closes his laptop computer and begins to gather his things. Careful on the wet floors, okay, Tova. Terry is always reminding her to be careful. He's anxious she'll fall and break a hip and sew the pants off of the aquarium. Or so the nitwits say. Tova can't imagine she would ever sue anyone, least of all this place. But she doesn't bother correcting her friends anymore. And besides, she is always careful. Will used to joke that caution ought to be her middle name. She replies, truthfully, I always am. Hello, friend, she says to the octopus. At the sound of her voice, the octopus unfurls from behind a rock, a starburst of orange and yellow and white. He blinks at her as he drifts toward the glass. His color looks better tonight, Tova notes. Brighter, she smiles. Not feeling so adventurous tonight, are you? He sucks a tentacle to the glass, his bulbous mantle briefly heaving as if he's letting out a sigh, even though that's impossible. Then, in a shockingly swift motion, he jets toward the back of his tank, his eyes still trained on her, and traces the edge of the tiny gap with the tip of a tentacle. No, you don't, mister. Terry's on to you, Tova scolds, and she scoots off toward the door that leads around back to the rear access for all of the tanks along this section of the outside wall. When she comes into the tiny, humid room, she expects to find the creature in the midst of escape. But to her surprise, he's still there in his tank. Then again, perhaps you should have one last night of freedom, she says, thinking of the heavy clamp on Terry's desk. The octopus presses his face against the back glass and extends his arms upward, like a child's plea to be carried. You want to shake hands, she says, guessing. The octopus's arms swirl in the water. Well, I suppose so. She drags over one of the chairs tucked under the long metal table and steadies herself as she climbs up, tall enough now to remove the cover on the back of the tank. As she's unfastening the latch, she realizes the octopus might be taking advantage of her, getting her to remove the lid so he can escape. She takes the gamble, lifts the lid. He floats below, languid now, all 8 arms spread out around him like an alien star. Then he lifts one out of the water. Tova extends her hand, still covered in faint round bruises from last time, and he winds around it again, as if smelling her. The tip of his tentacle reaches neck high and pokes at her chin. Hesitantly, she touches the top of his mantle, as one might pet a dog. "Hello, Marcellus. That's what they call you, isn't it?" Suddenly, with the arm still wrapped around hers, he gives a sharp tug. Tova's balance falters on the chair, and for a moment she fears he's trying to pull her into his tank. She leans over until her nose nearly touches the water, her own eyes now inches from his otherworldly pupil so dark blue it's almost black, an iridescent marble. They study each other for what seems like an eternity, and Tova realizes an additional octopus arm has wound its way over her other shoulder, prodding her freshly done hair. Tova laughs. "Don't muss it. I was just at the beauty shop this morning." Then he releases her and vanishes behind his rock. Stunned, Tova looks around. Had he heard something? She touches her neck, the cold wetness where his tentacle was. He reappears, drifting back upward. A small gray object is looped on the tip of one of his arms. He extends it to her, an offering, her house key, the one she lost last year, day 1319 of my captivity. I found it on the floor near the place she stores her things while she cleans. I should not have taken it, but I could not resist. There was something familiar about it. After returning to my tank, I stashed it in my den along with everything else. There is one place, a pocket in the deepest cranny of the hollowed rock, that even the most thorough tank cleaners cannot reach. It is here that I bury my treasures. What sort of treasures comprise my collection, you ask? Well, where to begin? 3 glass marbles, 2 plastic superheroes, 1 emerald solitaire ring, 4 credit cards and a driver's license, 1 jeweled barrette, 1 human tooth. Why, that look of disgust. I did not remove it myself. The former owner wiggled it out on a school field trip, then proceeded to lose track of it. What else? Earrings, many single earrings, never a pair. 3 bracelets. 2 devices for which I do not know the human word. I suppose they are plugs. Humans stick them in the orifices of their youngest children to quiet them. My collection has expanded considerably over the course of my captivity, and I have become choosier. In the early days, I had a great many coins, but these are commonplace now, and I no longer pick them up unless they are different from the others. Foreign currency, as you humans call it. I have come across many keys over the years, naturally. Keys have come to be in the same category as coins. As a general rule, I pass them over. But as I said, this particular key was oddly intriguing, and I knew I must take it, although I did not understand why it was special until later that night, as I ran the tip of my arm over its ridges. I had encountered this key before, or rather, one exactly like it. I suppose, in that way, keys are not like fingerprints at all. Keys can be copied. I held a copy of this one when I was very young, before my capture. It was attached to a circular ring at the bottom of the sea, nestled within a trove of what could only be described as leftover human. Not bones and flesh, of course, as those never last long, but rather a rubber sneaker sole, a vinyl shoelace, several plastic buttons, as from a shirt, swept together under a clump of rocks and preserved there. It must belong to the one she mourns. Such are the secrets the sea holds. what I would not give to explore them again. If I could go back in time, I would collect all of it, the sneaker sole, the shoelace, the buttons, and the twin key. I would give it all to her. I am sorry for her loss. Returning this key is the least I can do. Not a movie star, but maybe a pirate. At 9 in the morning, Cameron pulls on the front door of Dell's saloon, half expecting to find it locked. But the door swings wide open. He blinks, adjusting to the dim light. Old Al, the bartender, pokes his head out from the back. "Cameron," he says, sounding mildly surprised. His thick voice is like something out of a mob movie, so Italian and Brooklyn that it sounds almost comical here in Central California. "Hey, man." Cameron slides onto one of the stools. In the back corner, covered right now in stacked liquor crates, is the tiny stage where Moth Sausage plays. Used to play, that is, before Brad went and blew up the band. An ancient radio sits on the rail next to the pool table, its crooked antenna aimed at the bar's only grungy window. Talk radio blares, a man and a woman going at it, arguing about interest rates and the Federal Reserve or some other boring shit. The usual. Old Al tosses a cocktail napkin down on the bar. "Nah, that's not why I'm here." Cameron clears his throat. "I've got a proposal for you, a real estate proposal." Old Al leans on the bar sink and folds his arms, lifting a brow. "That apartment upstairs." Cameron sits up straighter. "The vacant one. What about it? I want to rent it. I've worked it all out. I'll be able to get first month's rent by next week." And Old Al holds up a hand. "Stop, Cam. I ain't interested." "But you haven't heard the rest. I ain't interested in becoming a landlord." "You don't have to be a landlord. I'll lord myself. You won't even know I'm there. Ain't interested. But no one's living there. I like it that way." "How much do you want for it?" Cameron pulls the black drawstring bag from the pocket of his hoodie and dumps the jewelry on the bar. "I can pay. See." Old Al's gaze lingers on the heap of tangled jewels for a moment. Then he shakes his head as he picks up a gray rag from the sink. "What you do, robbing old folks' home," Cameron huffs. "I just need a place for a couple of months. Please. Sorry, kiddo. Come on, Al. You know I'm good for it." "Let's get real, Cameron. I could write the next great American novel on the back of your tab here. And you still haven't paid me back for that table you broke last year when you pulled that little stunt, hurling yourself from the stage." Cameron winces. "That was performance art. It was vandalism, which I graciously forgave, because people seem to enjoy that noise you play, and because your aunt's a good friend. But I've got my limits. Look, you can't spit 10 feet in this town without hitting a dumpy little apartment building. Why don't you take your family jewels to one of them?" "Well, because." Cameron lets this stand on its own as an explanation, as if it should be obvious that the whole background check and credit history thing is a problem. "Suit yourself." Old Al shrugs, swiping circles on the bar with his rag, pausing every so often to wring dusky water into the sink. He finally stops, tossing the rag back into the sink. "That was your old lady stuff, huh?" "Yeah, your aunt gave it to you." "Yep." The bartender picks up the gold tennis bracelet and holds it up. "Some of this ain't half bad." Then he picks up the Solbay High School, class of 1989 ring and says, "Huh, look at that. No one buys these as graduation gifts anymore, do they?" Cameron shrugs. How would he know? He never graduated high school, a fact old Al is surely aware of. Sol Bay, that's up in Washington, ain't it? I think so, Cameron says. He knows so. He Googled it, of course. So what? That ring is some random thing his mom stole to pay for one of her bad habits, for all he knows. Maybe the guy in the photo was her accomplice. You know, I remember when Jean went up there to get her. Get who? Your mother? What are you talking about? Your aunt never told you. Told me what? Cameron lets the wad of cocktail napkin he'd been balling between his thumb and fingers drop to the bar. Old Al sighs. I never knew Daphne as anything other than Jean's hell-raising little sister, mind you. Way I understand it, she ran away from home when she was in high school. Went up to Washington. Who the hell knows why? Got in some sort of trouble up there. Jean had to call off work to go drag her sister home. I remember her in here one night, talking about it. Oh, is all Cameron says. His brain feels weirdly numb. Anyway, old Al holds the ring in his upturned palm and bobbles his hand like he's weighing it. A boyfriend's, maybe. I gave mine to my sweetheart my senior year. A slow smile spreads over the bartender's face. She wore it on a chain around her neck, just long enough so it rested right in the sweet spot, right there in the crack of her rack. Cameron cringes. Yeah, probably still there, for all I know. Never got it back from her after we broke up, he says with a gruff grunt. The door creaks open, a triangle of dusty light cutting across the bar as two old guys come in. Cameron recognizes them from around town. The day crew. They nod to Cameron before settling a few stools down. Unbidden, old Al caps two long necks and slides them across the bar. He holds up a third bottle in Cameron's direction. Want one? Then he adds, his voice slightly softer, on the house. Sure, thanks. Old Al gives him this guilty little nod, as if a $2 beer makes up for being a giant douchebag about not renting out his empty apartment. Then he sidles over to the radio and yanks the cord before coiling it neatly around his fist. A moment later, the jukebox in the corner lights up, and the twanging guitar comes through the speakers. Apparently, the day crew likes country music, and Dell's is officially open for business. Cameron swallows the entire ice-cold beer in one long pull, then wipes the ring from the bar top before slipping out the door. As a group, the class of 1989 at Sol Bay High School has a surprisingly robust online presence, owing to the fact, he supposes, that their 30-year reunion is coming up later this year. 30, just like him. His mother would have gotten pregnant that same summer that all these kids were graduating. A boyfriend's ring, which one of these assholes knocked his mom up. Someone has gone through the trouble to scan and upload a shit ton of pictures to this reunion page. The entire goddamn senior yearbook, it seems. Old people have too much time on their hands. Cameron scrolls through the grainy images, pausing occasionally when he spots feathered brown curls like his mother's. But really, he's looking for someone else. The guy with her in the wrinkled photo on the kitchen counter next to him, he turns the ring over. To his surprise, there's a faint engraving on the underside. Eels, the Sol Bay High School. Eels. Well, it's a weird mascot, but it makes sense if they're by the water. Weird that The yearbook pages don't seem to have an eel theme, but what would that even look like? He continues to look through the scanned photos. Random pictures of kids and their basic high school antics, mugging for the camera with their big hair and cheesy 80s clothes. Something catches his eye. A photo of his mom he's never seen before, standing on a crowded pier with that same guy's arm slung around her. The guy's head is turned sideways. His face is buried in her windblown hair, like he's kissing her on the cheek. But it's him, sure as shit. Fingers suddenly clammy, he zooms in. There's a caption. Daphne Cassmore and Simon Brinks. Bingo, Simon Brinks. His own gravel whisper seems to drag through his vocal cords. Quickly, he opens a new window and types in the name. Page after page of search results paint a clear picture. A renowned Seattle real estate developer and nightclub owner. A feature on his vacation home in the Seattle Times. A photo spread with his goddamn Ferrari. This guy is a big deal. A big, fat, extremely rich deal. Cameron lets out a short laugh and pumps his fist. Simon Brinks. Cameron wanders into the living room, sinks into Brad and Elizabeth's pristine couch, and studies the picture that was wrapped around the ring. Could that really be his father? It's just a photo, but it's more than he's ever had to go on. He studies his mother's image, her carefree grin, her windswept hair. She's tall and thin, of course, almost taller than Brinks, who himself looks like a decent-sized guy. But the thing he can't stop looking at is her cheeks, which are plump and healthy, almost chubby like a baby's. It's not the Daphne Cassmore of his memories, who he can't recall as anything other than bony and sunken. He studies the background of the photo, a huge planter overflowing with flowers, daffodils and tulips. It's April then, possibly March, possibly May, but with those things blooming, the odds are very high that the photo was taken in April. Cameron was born February 2nd. He runs the math. Could he be in this picture too? Gestationally, it adds up. Hey, Elizabeth calls from the hallway. How'd it go at Dell's? Cameron stands and follows her into the kitchen, recounting his failure to convince old Al to rent him the apartment and his discovery of Simon Brinks and his Ferrari. You're sure he's your father? Elizabeth starts to dice a red pepper. Fajita's on the menu. She's annihilating the pile of little red bits, not even bothering to watch the blade, alarmingly close to her fingertips each time it slashes down. Cameron would kill for such confidence. Who else could it be? Cameron holds up the photo. Look at this picture and tell me these two weren't banging. Elizabeth raises an eyebrow. Well, lots of people are banging. That doesn't prove anything. But the timing. It's exactly right. Does he look like you, though? Cameron tilts his head at the picture. Hard to tell with that 80s haircut. Didn't you just spend the afternoon stalking him online? Yeah, but now he just looks like some middle-aged guy. Like a dad. Because all dads look the same. Elizabeth rolls her eyes. Here's the thing, though. Does it matter? I mean, if he believes he's my dad. You can't just shake down some random person because he was in a picture with your mom. Elizabeth dumps the peppers into a skillet, where they release a puff of sizzling steam. Besides, don't you want to know if this guy's the real deal? Don't you want a relationship, too? Relationships are overrated. He pops a left-behind pepper from the cutting board into his mouth. It's surprisingly sweet. So you're going to, what exactly? Go up to Washington and find him? Hell yeah. Why shouldn't I? Cameron hopes she takes this as rhetorical, because there are a million reasons why he shouldn't. For one thing, how's he going to get there? He doesn't see Brad offering to loan out his truck for a 1,000-mile road trip. Well, that'll be an adventure. Yeah, it will. Elizabeth leans into the fridge over her belly and pulls out a package of ground turkey, which she tears open and dumps into the skillet. If I weren't incubating this alien spawn, Brad and I would totally go with you. She stirs the pan, causing the meat to hiss. Remember when we were really little, we'd make up stories about finding your dad. I mean, to be fair, we thought he would be like a pirate or a movie star or something. God, we were ridiculous. Simon Brinks is definitely not a movie star, but he might be a pirate. I don't care either way. He can stay a mystery as long as he agrees to pay up for 18 years of missed child support. Well, if all else fails, I've heard Seattle is really pretty. Yeah, sure, Cameron says with a nod. Pretty. Lots of trees. Who cares? Western Washington is the wettest place in America, and Simon Brinks is about to make it rain cash money. Elizabeth grabs a pitcher of lemonade from the fridge and pours 2 glasses, sliding one across the counter to him before raising the other. Well, Cameltron, here's to unsolved mysteries. To unsolved mysteries. He clinks her glass. In the wee hours of his last night in California, Cameron lies awake yet again, bathed in his phone screen's cold light. 2 clicks to download some travel app he saw a commercial about, with some shtick about guaranteeing rock-bottom prices. But it works. The Joyjet flight to Seattle leaves Sacramento International at 5 a.m., which is in 3 hours. He'll make it if he leaves. Well, now. Hastily, he empties out his green duffel and sifts through the contents, then tosses in every pair of boxers he owns, along with the rest of his clothes and the little bag of jewelry. Once his bag is packed, he returns to his phone screen. Crossing his fingers, his credit card clears the transaction. He clicks the button to book it. Simon Brinks, if he really is Cameron's father, is going to pay for every precious second of fatherhood he's missed over the last 30 years. The technically true story: a baking soda scrub takes most of the rust off the key. To Tova's surprise, in spite of what it must have been through, it fits smoothly in her front door. She restores the original to its rightful place on her keyring, then unthreads the spare, which never did overcome the fact that it hitched in the lock on occasion. She tosses the spare in the kitchen junk drawer. She's only just returned to her morning coffee and crossword when a soft scraping on the front porch interrupts her. Her lumbar region pops as she rises from the kitchen chair, and with one palm bracing the small of her back, she shuffles toward the door, arriving in time to watch Cat shimmy through a loose flap in the screen door. When did that flap come loose? Another minor repair needed. They accumulate so quickly now that Will's gone. It might be fixable with superglue. She could go to the hardware store for superglue. It would be the same hardware store where Terry had gone to get a bit of wood to make that clamp work. The same clamp that had landed with a heavy thump in the trash collection bin when she'd thrown it away. Cat sits down in the center of her foyer, tail wrapped neatly around the base of his slender body and blinks at her, as if asking her what she is doing here, rather than the other way around. What is it with creatures and small gaps lately? Well, come along. We eat breakfast in the kitchen. I'm afraid porch service has been discontinued. At the aquarium that evening, her footsteps echo in the empty foyer. She begins her usual preparations. "Hello, dears," she says to the angelfish on her way to the supply closet, then gives an efficient greeting to the bluegills, the Japanese crabs, the sharp-nosed sculpin, the ghastly wolf eels. She mixes the lemon and vinegar and props the mop and bucket in the hallway. It will be ready for her when she returns. As usual, Marcellus is tucked behind his rock. She ducks through the door to the pump room, immediately relieved to see no clamps on his tank. A wave of guilt washes over her. Does Terry assume he misplaced it? The image of Cat where she'd left him on her way out, curled up on her davenport, flashes through her mind. Without really intending it, she arrived at a decision not to repair the screen, at least for now. Let the creatures have their gaps, then. She laughs aloud. The pumps gurgle their agreement. She pulls out an old step stool and carefully climbs, then slides off the cover over the back rim of the tank. Looking down at a bird's eye view, she sets her jaw through a wave of dizziness brought on by the mechanical rippling of the water below. Then she pushes up the sleeve of her sweater and hovers a finger over the surface, wondering if her arm would be long enough to reach if she tried to poke him in his hiding spot. Not that she would ever try. Hiding spots ought to be sacred, but she needn't have considered such drastic measures, because he floats out and drifts upward, his eye trained on her. One of his arms wafts back and forth, and Tova imagines he is waving. She lets her hand drop in, and her breath catches, either from the cold water or the absurdity of what she is doing, or perhaps both. Almost instantly, the octopus reciprocates, winding two of its tentacles around her wrist and forearm in his particular way that makes her hand feel heavy and peculiar. "Good evening, Marcellus," she says formally. "How has your day been?" The octopus tightens his grip, but in a genteel manner Tova interprets as a pleasantry. The equivalent of "very well, thanks for asking." "You've been staying out of trouble, then," Tova says with an affirming nod. His color is good. No more dust-ups with the pile of cords in the break room. "Good boy," she adds, then immediately regrets it. "Good boy" is what Mary Ann says to Rollo when he sits for a biscuit. If Marcellus takes offense, he doesn't show it. The tip of his arm attaches to the crook of Tova's elbow, then reaches around the other side and taps the knob of her funny bone, as if trying to understand the mechanics of the joint. How strange her anatomy must seem to him, all sockets and brittle bones. He pokes at the flap of skin sagging from her tricep, pulled by gravity's hand, which grows more insistent each year. Skin and bones. That's what the nitwits say when they think I'm out of earshot. She shakes her head. We've been friends for decades, you see. Used to meet for lunch every Tuesday, but now it's every other. When Will was alive, he'd chuckle at me as I went out the door. Don't know how you stand that old pack of hens, he'd say. The octopus blinks. They can be a terribly gossipy bunch, but they're my friends. Tova trails off, allowing her words to be swallowed by the hums and gurgles of the pumps. How strange her voice sounds in here, muted by the muggy air. Oh, what the nitwits would say if they could see her now. The old pack of hens would have a field day with this. Tova wouldn't blame them. What is she doing here, telling her life story to this strange creature? Still gripping her wrist firmly, the octopus traces the birthmark on her forearm, the one Tova used to hate when she was young and vain. Back then, it sat like an outcast on her smooth, pale skin, 3 outrageous splotches, each the size of a kidney bean. Now the birthmark is barely noticeable among the wrinkles and liver spots. It seems to be of great interest to the octopus, though, as he prods it again. Eric used to call it my Mickey Mouse mole. Tova can't help but smile. He was jealous, I think. He said he wanted one too. One time, when he was about 5, he got a hold of a permanent marker and drew one on his arm, just like mine. She lowers her voice. Mind you, he also decorated the Davenport with that pen. The marks never did come out. The octopus blinks again. Oh, how upset I was at the time. But I'll tell you what, when Will and I finally got rid of that Davenport, years and years later, Tova just nods, as if the sentence ought to have the decency to finish itself. And she doesn't add that she hid in the bathroom as the furniture men made their way down the gravel driveway. Every piece of Eric was a fresh loss, even his ill-gotten artwork. He died when he was 18. Here, actually. Well, out there. She tilts her head at the far end of the room, toward the tiny window overlooking Puget Sound, now darkened by night. Has Marcellus ever hoisted himself up there and peered out? Would the sight of the sea be a comfort to him? Or would it be a slap in the face, seeing his natural habitat so close, yet so far? It reminds Tova of when her old neighbor Mrs. Sorensen would sometimes put her cage of parakeets on her porch when the weather was pleasant. They liked to listen to the wild birds sing, Mrs. Sorensen explained. It always made Tova feel oddly sad. But Marcellus doesn't follow her gaze to the dark little window. Maybe he doesn't even know it exists. His eye is still fixed on Tova. She continues. He drowned one night, out on a little boat, all by himself. She shifts on the stool, chasing the ache away from her bad hip. It took weeks of searching, but they finally found the anchor. Its line was cut. She swallows. They continued to look for the body, but Eric was already picked apart by then, I'm sure. Nothing lasts long at the bottom of the ocean. The octopus averts his eye for a moment, as if accepting some measure of culpability for his brethren, for their position in the food chain. They said he must have done it himself. No other explanation. Tova draws in a ragged breath. It's always been so peculiar, though. Eric was happy. Well, he was 18, so who knows what was going on in his brain. And yes, we had that argument. Oh, it was silly. He and his friends were kicking a soccer ball in the house, and they knocked over one of my Dala horses. My favorite one. It was old, brittle. My mother brought it over from Sweden. Its leg broke off. She straightens on the stool. In any case, he was also upset with me for forcing him to take that job working the ticket booth. But what was I to do? Let a teenager loaf around all summer. Loafing was a trait Eric had inherited from Will. two of them would lounge for hours in the den, watching football, or baseball, or whatever sort of ball was in season. Afterward, Tova would come through with the vacuum and suck up the potato chip crumbs from the seams of the Davenport tent, take a rag to the water stains, their sweating soda cans left behind on the coffee table. Even after Eric was gone, Will would do the same thing every time there was a game on. Sit on his same cushion while Eric's sat empty, loafing as usual, as if nothing had changed. It always irritated Tova. Keeping busy was much healthier. Any reasonable parent would have insisted their child get a summer job. She continues with a tiny tremor in her voice. Of course, if I'd have known what would happen. Without thinking much about it, she reaches her free hand into her apron pocket, finds her rag, and begins to scrub at the crusty white calcifications lining the black rubberized rim of the tank. Stubborn, but eventually, the gunk relents. The octopus maintains his grip on her other arm, although his eye shimmers in a quizzical manner that Tova interprets as, "What on earth are you doing, lady?" She chuckles softly. "I can't help myself, can I?" On the far side of the tank, the grimy rim is just out of reach. She shifts her weight, stretching her arm. Then suddenly, the stool starts to wobble beneath her feet. In a flash, the octopus's tentacles slip through her fingertips. She lands in a painful crumple on the hard tile. "Goodness gracious," she mutters, taking mental inventory of her various parts. Her left ankle feels tender, but when she stands, it bears weight. She plucks up her rag from where it landed beneath the tank. The octopus peers from behind his rock, where he must have retreated with all of the clatter. "I'm fine," she says with a relieved sigh. "Everything intact, except for the step stool. It lies on its side, jammed against a pile of clutter next to the tank pump. It must have shot out from underneath her when she moved. Now its upper rung dangles, one end detached. Oh, for heaven's sake," she grumbles, limping across the room to retrieve it. She tries to jam the rung back into place, but it's missing some doohickey. She scans the tile for a screw-like object, squinting in the pale blue light, then retrieves her glasses from her apron pocket and looks again. Nothing. She tries again, more urgently this time, to fit the rung back on, but it's no use. How will she explain this to Terry? She is not supposed to be climbing on stools, and certainly not pump room stools. For a fleeting moment, she considers disposing of the evidence, pitching the broken stool into the dumpster, along with the night's trash. Or better yet, removing it from the scene of the crime altogether, taking it home with her, and setting it out on her curb on trash day. But what if Terry were to drive by her house and see it there? Her heart hammers at the thought. "No, I can't do that," she says firmly. And she can't. Tova Sullivan is no liar. She'll have to tell him. Perhaps Terry will relieve her of her duties. At her age, he'll conclude, the risk is too great. She won't blame him. Something sloshes behind her, and when she turns, the octopus is already partway out of his tank. Tova freezes, rapt. "Terry was right," she whispers, watching the creature flatten one of his thick arms, and in a way that seems to defy the laws of physics, squeeze it through the narrow gap between pump and the lid. It should be impossible. The gap can't be wider than a couple inches. when he somehow morphs his enormous mantle, easily as large as a late August watermelon, into seemingly liquid goo, and works that through as well. Tova realizes she's actually holding her breath in anticipation. She exhales as he slides down the wall, then slinks across the tile and slips under one of the cabinets against the wall, vanishing completely. When he doesn't promptly reappear, Tova wonders whether he intends to return. Perhaps he's escaping for good. She swallows, surprised at the sting she feels at the thought, like he ought to have at least said goodbye. "Oh, there you are," she says, as he emerges from under the cabinet a moment later. Looking her directly in the eye, he slides over, and with one of his curled arms, deposits a small silver object at the toe of her sneaker. Tova gapes. A screw, the missing doohickey. "Thank you," she says, but by then he's already slipping back into his tank. The next morning, when Tova wakes and steps into her slippers, she crumples to the ground again. What on earth? She blinks. Her left ankle. Only when she sees the blush of purple spread over her foot does she realize it's throbbing painfully. On her second attempt to stand, she's ready. Wincing, she shuffles down the hallway to the kitchen and puts on coffee. She lasts until lunchtime before even considering a phone call to Dr. Remy. By late afternoon, she's convinced herself to retrieve the booklet of phone numbers she keeps stashed in the console in the den. She sits in Will's old spot on the davenport, her leg propped on the coffee table, with a sack of frozen peas balanced on her ankle, and flips through the pages. Then she sets the book down next to her on the cushion and turns on the television. It's nearly 5 when she finally places the call. Dr. Remy's office closes at 5. Snohomish Medical Associates. The voice is tinged with annoyance. Tova pictures Gretchen, the receptionist, leaning over the desk, phone receiver cradled under her ear, as she juggles the jacket and pocketbook she's already gathered. Perhaps she ought not to have called, but her ankle has swollen to the size and color of a plum, and as much as she dislikes admitting it, she might need medical attention. She gives her name and date of birth, and briefly explains her predicament, omitting the part about the incident having occurred at work. And she definitely doesn't mention it happened while talking to a giant Pacific octopus. She simply says she fell from a stool while cleaning, which is technically true. "Mrs. Sullivan, how awful." Gretchen's tone softens. "Hang on, let me see if I can catch Dr. Remy." The line clicks over to staticky music, some soft jazzy number that Tova supposes is meant to be soothing. When the receptionist returns, her voice is more clinical. "The doc says as long as the pain is manageable for now, he'll see you first thing tomorrow morning. I'm booking you an appointment for 8 o'clock. He says to keep it elevated and stay off of it." "Certainly," Tova says. "Mrs. Sullivan, this means no mopping at the aquarium tonight." Tova opens her mouth to protest, then snaps it shut. What business is her employment to Gretchen? First, Ethan lecturing her while ringing her groceries, and now this. Does anyone in Seoul Bay know how to mind their business? Of course not, she finally answers. Great. See you in the morning. Tova hangs up, then dials another number. She drums her fingers on the Davenport cushion as she waits for Terry to pick up. Has he noticed the damaged stool in his pump room yet? She'd gotten the screw back in, but apparently it needed some other sort of doohickey to tighten it all the way, so the top rung was still crooked. She thought she might bring Will's old bag of tools tonight so she could repair it fully. Now, who knows when that will happen? And then there's the matter of the floors. Who will mop them tonight? Anyone. Will Marcellus wonder at her absence? He understood the importance of fetching that screw, after all. This fact still marvels Tova. Tova, Terry answers. What's up? With a grave sigh, she relays the same technically true story to Terry that she told to Gretchen. It's the first time in her life she's called out of work. Got baggage. Cameron scans the conveyor, looking for his green duffel. It should be easy to spot among the gray and black suitcases, but after a couple of minutes, he takes a seat on a nearby bench. Figures his would be the last one out. With one eye on the carousel, he grabs his phone and reviews the list of hostels. There's one a few miles from Sol Bay, and that's where he'll start his search, of course. According to the sleuthing of county property records he did while waiting to board, Simon Brinks owns 3 properties in the area. He zooms in on a photo of one of the hostel's rooms. It's not exactly a brand new apartment with fluffy carpet and a flat screen. Not even a shitty apartment above a bar. But it looks reasonably clean, and it's cheap enough that he should be able to stay there for a few weeks on the cash he'll get from pawning the jewelry. Speaking of which, where is his bag? The class ring is in his pocket, but the rest of the jewelry is tucked in his duffel. The conveyor is still spitting out suitcases, but sporadically now. He pictures the workers in their orange vests piling the last of the luggage from the plane's hold onto one of those carts to be driven across the tarmac. What a terrible system. A million inefficiencies, too many handling points. A zillion opportunities for shit to go sideways. Figures, right. A guy about his age, wearing rimless glasses, plops down the other end of the bench and unwraps a sub-sandwich, jamming one end in his mouth, which he doesn't bother to close as he chews. The steady release of spiced pastrami turns Cameron's stomach, who eats pastrami at 8 in the morning. I'm sure they'll come out, Cameron says. Not a frequent Joyjet flyer, are you? Spiced pastrami barks out a laugh. Pickles and lettuce tumble around in his mouth. Trust me, they're notorious for it. We've got better odds in Vegas than of our suitcases coming down that belt right now. Cameron inhales, preparing to explain that a top-tier equity firm just bought in at a multi-billion-dollar valuation for Joyjet, and investors are giddy at rumors of an IPO. And even when you're an ultra-budget airline, you don't get there by habitually losing customer property. But then, the carousel grinds to a halt. Shit, Cameron mutters. That bag of jewelry. Why hadn't he kept it on him? Now it's somewhere between Sacramento and Seattle, or more likely, shoved away in some baggage worker's locker. He drops his head into his hands and groans. See, I called it, Spiced Pastrami says, with a nod at the conveyor, which is still as a dead snake. Well, let's go file claims. Cameron eyes the line forming outside of a tiny office on the far side of the baggage area. Of course, the fine print on the back of the baggage ticket states that they won't pay for valuables in checked luggage. He'd skimmed it as they hauled off his duffel after the agent insisted it wouldn't fit in the overhead bin. But he'd shrugged off any possibility these disclaimers could apply to him. They're meant for other people. Cameron Cassmore doesn't have valuables. By the time he gets to the baggage office, the line is 20 people deep. Spiced pastrami leans on the wall beside him, still gnawing on his sandwich. It just keeps coming. I'm Elliot, by the way. Nice to meet you. Cameron tries to look like he's concentrating hard on his phone, as if there's some very important business happening there. Well, we didn't meet, technically. I told you my name, but you didn't tell me yours. Doesn't this guy have anything better to do? Cameron, nice to meet you. He holds up his insufferable sandwich. Hungry, happy to share. No thanks. Not really a pastrami fan. Elliot's eyes widen. Oh, this isn't pastrami. It's a yamage. A what? A yamage, vegan. From that one place on Capitol Hill. They opened a kiosk here at the airport last year. Cameron stares at the oily hoagie, loaded with thinly shaved slices of something. You're telling me that's made from yam? Yep, their Reuben kicks ass. You sure you don't want some? Pass. Cameron suppresses a scoff. Seattle hipsters, living up to their stereotype. Are you sure? I've got a whole another half here. Haven't touched it. Fine, Cameron agrees, mostly to end the conversation, but also to appease the nagging voice in the back of his brain, reminding him he's in no position to turn down free meals. Elliot grins. You'll love it. As Cameron bites into the sandwich, he returns to scrolling his phone. Katie has posted a selfie with her dog. #SingleDogLady. He scowls, but it's softened by the pleasant crunch happening in his mouth. Yam, really? It's actually not bad. He nods at Elliot. Thanks, bro, this is decent. Wait until you try their French dip. The line moves at a creep. Finally, Elliot wads up the greasy wrapper and tosses it at a nearby trash can, landing the shot without even hitting the rim, which annoys Cameron more than it should. Elliot turns to him. So, seems like you're not from around here. Here for work, vacation, family visit. Oh, nice. Me, I'm coming home. Was down in Cali for my grandmother's funeral. A dead grandma. Figures. Cameron mutters, sorry for your loss. To tell the truth, she was kind of mean, but she loved us grandkids, Elliot says, his voice surprisingly soft. Spoiled us rotten in only the way a grandparent can, Yeah, for sure, Cameron says, tossing his own wrapper into the trash. Of course, he never had a grandparent of his own. Elizabeth's grandfather used to pinch his cheeks and give him caramel candies when he happened to drop by Elizabeth's house while Cameron was over. The candies were too sticky, too sweet, and the pinching kind of hurt. And he always smelled like weird old man, like stale pea mixed with arthritis cream. Elizabeth said the old folks' home where he lived was practically a morgue. Anyway, I guess she's at peace now. A sad smile spreads over Elliot's face. Cameron drops his gaze, feeling yet again like an intruder spying on the typical human experience, an outsider looking in on the normal, which is always just out of his grasp. Losing grandparents, worrying about valuables in your suitcase. These experiences belong to other people. Elliot pulls off his glasses and wipes them on his shirt as they shuffle forward in the queue. Your family must be excited to see you. Are they in Seattle? No, Sol Bay, my dad. The word feels dry and sticky on Cameron's tongue, like one of those old man candies. Awesome. Bonding time with the old man, huh? Something like that. Soul Bay's nice. Really pretty up there. So I've heard. Elliot's head tilts. You've never been? No. I mean, my dad just moved there recently, so. Cameron allows himself a tiny smile, surprised at how easily this lie slips out. Right on, Elliot says. Soul Bay used to be super touristy, but now it's kind of run down. There's an aquarium that's still open, I think. You should check it out. Sure, thanks, says Cameron, though obviously he has no plans to waste time looking at fish when he needs to track down Simon Brinks. The line creeps forward. The Joyjet baggage office must be run by a team of sloths and snails. He turns to Elliot. You've gone through this before, huh? How long are we gonna be waiting here? Elliot shrugs. Oh, they're usually pretty quick. 2-3 hours, maybe. 3 hours. You've gotta be kidding me. Well, you get what you pay for, right? Aunt Jean answers on the third ring. Hello. She huffs into the phone, out of breath. Are you okay? Cameron plugs a finger in his other ear to block out the loud babbling of a tour group, which has for some reason decided they need to congregate 3 inches away from him in this far corner of the baggage area. Cammy, is that you? Yeah. He nudges away from the tourists. What are you doing? Why are you breathing so hard? An unwelcome image of Wally Perkins smacks into Cameron's brain. He shudders, ready to hang up the phone. I'm clearing out the second bedroom, his aunt answers. It's a project. Well, I figured you might need a place to stay. A long pause. I heard about you and Katie. Word travels fast. Cameron bites a nail. He and Aunt Jean need to have a major conversation about why she never told him that his mom lived in a goddamn different state when he was conceived. Here in baggage claim isn't an ideal setting for that, and now she's putting herself out for him. Well, he'll have to tell her where he is, at least. No choice. Aunt Jean, I could never stay. Cuts himself off before the thought can finish itself. Could never stay in that tiny trailer full of junk. Through all of his screw-ups, this is one thing he's always managed to avoid. If only that were the only thing he needed. On the other end of the line, a trickling sound followed by a tiny steaming sizzle tells him Aunt Jean is pouring coffee, then sliding the pot back onto its hot plate. I know. You could never live here with me, she says. But Cammy, you don't exactly have another plan. I do actually. For a moment, Cameron considers telling her the whole master plan. But not here at the airport. I do have a plan, but the thing is, what is it? I need help. A very small amount of help, Cameron says, grimacing. Aunt Jean's sigh stretches all the way up the west coast. What happened now? Where to even start? It's a new low, running away like this, then calling home to beg for money. He's no better than his loser mother. But what choice does he have? From across the corridor, Elliot emerges from the baggage office, then strides toward him, waving cheerily with one hand and dragging a gray suitcase with the other. Lucky asshole. Cammy, what happened? Aunt Jean presses. From a speaker on the low ceiling, a woman's recorded voice bleats an announcement about attending luggage and personal belongings at all times. How obnoxiously ironic. He hauls in a breath, then explains, as succinctly as he can, his discovery of the ring and photo, the impromptu plane ticket, the hostel plan. After a loaded silence, Aunt Jean says softly, "Oh, Cammy, I should have told you. It's okay. But here's the cherry on the shit sundae," he says, borrowing one of her pet metaphors. "The airline lost my bag." The announcement voice blares over him again. "Will you speak up? I can't hear you." They lost my bag. He doesn't mean to shout it so loud. He doesn't mean to shout it so loud. Several of the tourists pop their heads up at him, and the group edges away, scandalized. Aunt Jean clicks her tongue. "So what? You need socks and underwear. More than that. I have like $4 total. What happened to the jewelry I gave you? I thought for sure you'd have pawned that by now." The jewelry was in the bag. The line is quiet for several long moments, and then Aunt Jean sighs again. "For someone so smart, you're a real bonehead sometimes." Elliot still smells faintly of pepper and mustard, and he trails Cameron across the sky bridge toward the parking lot, asking endless questions, undeterred by Cameron's one-word answers. Did Joyjet really have no idea where his bag ended up? Nope. Where was he gonna go then? Somewhere. How was he gonna get there? Bus. Thankfully, Elliot didn't broach the subject of how Cameron was going to pay for any of this, because he didn't have a good way to distill the $2,000 loan from his aunt into a single word. Aunt Jean had insisted it wasn't really a loan, and Cameron took this to mean that he couldn't be counted on to pay it back. Ouch. But Joyjet can't keep his duffel in limbo forever. He'll pawn the bling and send the money right back to Aunt Jean's savings account, well in advance of the deadline for her cruise deposit. She hadn't said so explicitly, but Cameron knew that's where the money had come from. Aunt Jean has been saving up for an Alaskan cruise, her dream vacation, for years. The final payment is due in late August, sailing in September. Cameron will sell his organs to pay her back before he'll let it be his fault she can't go. "You need a ride." "I can give you a ride," Elliot offers for the 100th time. "Nah, I'm good. Seoul Bay's pretty far. You'll be on buses all day and night." "I'll camp on the side of the road," says Cameron dryly. "Hey," Elliot jogs to catch up. "I've got a wild idea. Wilder than fake pastrami made from yams." Cameron glances back over his shoulder. "What?" "My buddy has this camper he's trying to sell. It's pretty old, but runs great. You buy it off him, and then you've got a way to get around and a place to crash." Cameron frowns. Actually, it's not a terrible idea, but a camper, probably more than he can afford. He slips his phone from his pocket and checks the money transfer app. There it is, $2,000. In the notes, there's a smiley face emoji followed by a warning. Don't spend this on stupid. When did Aunt Jean learn to use emojis? And does a camper qualify as stupid crap? Probably. Mostly to satisfy his curiosity, Cameron asks, "How much does he want for it?" "Not sure exactly. A couple grand." "You think he'd take 1,500? Elliot grins. "I can probably talk him into that." Busted but loyal. At sunset, Seoul Bay's public beach teams with rock crabs. One summer when Eric was small, the Sullivans were on an after-dinner walk when Eric found one who, by some cruel fate, had lost its hind legs on one side. Naturally, he insisted on bringing it home. He named it Eight-Legged Eddie because it was supposed to have 10 limbs and was missing 2. For a few weeks, Eric and Will watched poor Eddie clamber awkwardly around a glass tank filled with gravel from the driveway. Tova saved potato peelings and zucchini scraps for eight-legged Eddie's nightly feeding. And once or twice, Will drove down to the pet supply in Elland to purchase brine shrimp, which the crab devoured happily. For a crab, Eddie survived a long time, but one morning Tova found him frozen mid-scuttle. His peering eyeballs paused in that permanent sort of way. Will plucked the corpse between his fingers, ready to fling it into the garden, when Eric emerged from his bedroom in a panic, insisting on a proper burial. The boy dropped to the ground, flung himself around his father's leg, and affixed himself there, like one of those hippie protesters chained to the trunk of a tree, determined to thwart the injustice. Eric's handmade memorial stone still rests in the garden, under the overgrown ferns. R.I.P. eight-legged Eddie, busted but loyal. Never has Tova empathized with that poor crab more than now, as she hobbles around her kitchen with her left foot ensconced in this ridiculous molded plastic boot. 6 weeks, Dr. Ramai had said. 6 useless weeks that she'll be unable to pull the dandelions from her rhubarb beds. 6 maddening weeks that her hallway baseboards will collect dust. 6 unbearable weeks that the aquarium's floors will be left in the hands of whomever Terry can find to fill the gap. You've got 4 good legs, she remarks to Kat as she pours her coffee. Perhaps I could borrow one of yours. Kat licks his paw in answer. Before she can take her first steaming sip, the doorbell rings. Oh, for heaven's sake. She makes her way to the front door. Tova, Janice's sharp, clear voice rings through the window pane. Sorry to drop by. Are you home? Reluctantly, Tova twists the deadbolt. Oh, good, Janice says, bustling in with a casserole dish. Her voice is characteristically flat when she states, You missed Nitwits this week. Yes, I've been indisposed, Janice scoffs. As if there's that sitcom speak again. What happened? You fell at work. That's what Ethan up at the Shopway said. She lowers the dish onto Tova's counter. Blood drains from Tova's face. Ethan, how would he know? Now, I'm not saying anything one way or the other, Janice says, holding up a defensive hand. But if you need an attorney, I know a guy. She reaches for her pocketbook. I've got his number right here. Janice, please. It's just a sprain. A bad sprain. Janice eyes the boot. Then she removes her gauzy pink scarf and hangs it, along with her pocketbook, over the back of one of Tova's kitchen chairs. Humming to herself, she snatches up the casserole dish, carries it to the refrigerator, and begins prodding around, searching for space. Try the bottom shelf, Tova mutters. Aha, there we go. Janice swipes her hands. Barb made that for you. Potato leek, she said. Something like that. She was going on and on about some recipe she found online. How kind of her. Tova limps toward the percolator. Shall I put on coffee? No, you should sit. Put that foot up. Janice scoots in front of her and barricades the carafe. I'll do the coffee. Janice's coffee is always on the weak side, but Tova sits as instructed, keeping a watchful eye as Janice measures the grounds and water. Does that cat need to be fed? Janice lowers her round glasses to peer skeptically at Kat, who is parked under Tova's dinette chair. a gesture of solidarity on the animal's part. "Thank you, but he's already had breakfast," Tova says. Then, before Janice can get any ideas about cooking, she adds, "We both have." Cat flops over onto his side, showing off his new, rounder belly. All that casserole has plumped him up, and it suits him. Sympathy weight, as Tova calls it affectionately. "Okay, chill. I'm just trying to help." Janice sets 2 steaming mugs on the table and sits. "Did you see Dr. Remy?" "Of course," Tova says with a huff. "And I told you, it's a sprain." "How long will you be off work?" "A few weeks," Tova says truthfully. She leaves out the part where Dr. Remy ordered a bone density test and cautioned her that, at her age, returning to work might not be advisable. "Might not," he'd said. "Nothing is set in stone yet, so why mention it?" "A few weeks," Janice repeats, eyeing the boots skeptically. "Anyway, I came over for a reason. Aside from making sure you were, alive." "I see." Tova takes an evaluative sip of the coffee Janice prepared. Might have used another tablespoon of grounds, but it's decent. 2 reasons, actually. Tova nods, waiting. "Okay, so first thing I need to tell you. If you had been at Nitwit's last Tuesday, you would have heard Mary Ann's big news, but since you were gone." "What is it?" "She's moving in with her daughter, with Laura in Spokane." "That's right," Janice confirms. "When?" "Before September. She's putting the house on the market." Tova nods slowly. "I see." Janice takes off her round spectacles, then plucks a paper napkin from the holder on Tova's tabletop and wipes the lenses. Squinting at Tova, she says, "It's for the best. The stairs in that house are steep, and with the laundry in the basement." "Yes, that's a challenge," Tova agrees. The basement laundry was to blame for Mary Ann's fall last year, the one that she was lucky to escape from with only a set of stitches. "It's wonderful that Laura will have her. And Spokane. That will be quite a change." "Yes, it will be." Janice replaces her glasses. "We're planning a special luncheon to say goodbye. It might be a few weeks off, depending on how quickly everything moves, but you'll attend, of course." "Of course. I wouldn't miss it, even if I have to hobble there," Tova says. And she means it. "Good." Janice looks up, her face inscrutable. After Mary Ann's gone, we'll be down to 3 Nitwits. At some point, we might ask ourselves what our long-term plan is here." Tova draws a long breath, trying to imagine how the Nitwits might function with just Barb, Janice, and herself, without Mary Ann and her store-bought, oven-warmed cookies. They've been meeting for decades. Going to Nitwits is a well-worn habit. Well, something for the 3 of us to talk about. Janice rises and wraps her scarf around her shoulders. The scrape of her chair on the linoleum causes Cat, who'd apparently fallen asleep, to lift his head and open a distrustful eye. "I'd better scoot. Timothy's taking me to lunch at that new Tex-Mex place down in Elland." "How lovely," Tova says, trailing Janice to the front door. Janice's son is always taking his mother out to eat. She imagines them dipping tortilla chips in a shared guacamole bowl. "Oh, I almost forgot the second thing." With a short laugh, Janice spins around and pulls a mobile phone from her pocketbook. "Here, this is yours." Tova's eyes narrow. "I don't have a cell phone." "You do now." Janice thrusts the device at her. "It's Timothy's old one, nothing fancy. But it'll work in an emergency." Inconspicuously, her eyes dart toward Tova's boot. Tova's jaw sets. "How many times have I explained that I don't need one of those?" There's a perfectly good telephone right there in the den. I don't need to carry one around in my pocketbook. You do, Tova, if you're going to live here alone. Not to mention working alone in that aquarium, whenever that starts back up. What if you fell again? We all talked. We all agreed. You need a phone. After a long pause, she extends her hand and allows Janice to drop the phone into her open palm. Thank you, she says quietly. Good, good, Janice smiles. I'll have Timothy call to give you a little tutorial. And I'll be in touch about Mary Ann's luncheon. In the meantime, if you need anything. Of course. Tova latches the door after Janice leaves. Supper will be potato leek casserole. Barb is not renowned for her culinary skills, but the dish smells delicious, and it bubbles tantalizingly as Tova peers through the oven door. At any rate, it's a welcome change from her usual chicken and rice for supper. She must send Barbara a thank you note. The timer dings. Tova leans over to pull the steaming dish from the oven. She has it halfway out, carefully balancing on her good ankle, when something inside her pocket attacks her. Zap. The casserole dish crashes to the floor, sending up a spray of oil and cheese. Zap. Tova takes one step toward the counter on the creamy linoleum, and her boot slips out, sending her crashing down on her tailbone for the second time in a week. Zap, zap, zap. She pulls the wretched device out, its tiny strip of screen announcing an unknown caller. Jaw set, she flings it away. Why can't people simply mind their own business? But now she must get herself up, and that's going to be a challenge. Every time she tries to stand, she slides in the mess. The phone rests belly up like a silver beetle on the far side of the kitchen. Not that she would even know how to operate it if she could get to it. Finally, she manages to hoist herself up into one of the dinette chairs. For heaven's sake, she mutters, using an absurd number of paper napkins to wipe her hands free of potato leek casserole. Chicken and rice for supper. Eaten on the Davenport, with the plate balanced on her lap, just the way Will used to take his meals sometimes when there was a game on. My, look at us. How far we've fallen, haven't we, Cat? She strokes his soft forehead, then grabs the remote and turns on the evening news. The talking heads drone about the stock market and the weather, but Tova can't focus on it. Her thoughts linger on Mary Ann's big news. The beginning of Mary Ann's ending, the first sentence of her last chapter. Unable to continue living on her own, reverted to childlike dependence. At least her daughter Laura has the sense to take her in, rather than shuffling her off to one of those homes. Barbara would be taken care of by her girls down in Seattle. And Janice, she and Peter already live in the basement suite of Timothy's house, tucked away neatly under her son and daughter-in-law's busy lives above. Everyone had to go somewhere at some point. A man's average lifespan is several years shorter than an average woman's, and Tova has always considered this a quiet injustice. Will's death was relatively straightforward, at least for Will himself. The cancer, the hospitalizations, the treatments, all of that was awful. But then nearly as terrible had been the paperwork, the insurance appeals, the arrangements. Tova had spent hours alone at the kitchen table, late at night, trying her best to sort it out. Who would repay her the favor when her time came? Or would the onslaught of paperwork simply shuffle off into an airless void. She puts the bowl of chicken and rice on the coffee table on a coaster, naturally, and makes her way over to the mantel, the plastic boot scuffing the rug. She trails a hand over its smooth cedar corners, hand-sanded and stained by her papa. The very bones of this house had been hewn by his axe. Craftsmanship from the old world, good Swedish work that would stand for centuries. How much longer will she herself stand before something stokes the embers of her frailty? The narrow stairs, the uneven driveway, an errant casserole dish, a floor slick with cream and potatoes. Will they find her on the kitchen floor? Summon an ambulance to take her to the hospital? Who will fill out the admit forms, clipped to their clipboard? And that will merely be the beginning. Unless that packet she picked up at Charter Village. Perhaps it's time to fill out the application. How special. Cameron is no expert on campers, but he's fairly certain this one is a piece of shit. The engine rattles and a loose belt whines as he chugs up I-5. Elliot's buddy had warned him it drove a little rough and had even pointed out the replacement belt, still in its package, in the glove compartment. At least Cameron talked him into knocking the price down to $1,200. It might be a piece of shit, but owning a vehicle outright feels good, even if Aunt Jean's not alone paid for it. Now, having spent 6 of his remaining $800-ish on an overpriced latte, Cameron is tooling up the highway 2 hours north of Seattle, closing in on his target. The driver's seat is upholstered in musty, scratchy brown fabric, and it's making his back itch, somehow, through his shirt. The mattress in the back isn't much better in terms of comfort and smell. Last night had passed with very little sleep in the farthest corner of some vaguely industrial parking lot south of Seattle. He'd still been tossing and turning when he heard tires on gravel and bolted up to watch through the camper's tiny window as cop car pulled in, its silhouette unmistakable in the pre-dawn light. He scrambled into the driver's seat and hightailed it out of there. Not a great first night in Washington, but today is a new day. 20 miles to Soul Bay, according to the last road sign. 20 miles to Simon Brink's. How long will $800 last? A while, especially now that he doesn't have to pay for lodging. Until either he finds old Brink's or his duffel bag catches up with him. $800 is workable. The camper's wipers are worthless at keeping the drizzle off the windshield, so he leans forward, squinting at the slick ribbon of highway. Then, brake lights bathe the dashboard red, and he brakes hard as a wall of gridlock materializes ahead. At least the brakes work. He drums his fingers on the steering wheel as he inches along, eyeing the mossy guardrail and the weedy shoulder. Everything is so green here. And the forest, the enormous evergreen trees crammed so tightly together, looking at them makes Cameron almost uncomfortable, as if he's claustrophobic on their behalf. 10 miles to go, then 5, then 2. Off the highway, the Welcome to Soul Bay sign is faded and rusty. He drives straight to the address he found for the office of Simon Brink's, which turns out to be a nondescript space in a small commercial building off the highway. Brink's Development, Incorporated, the sign says, Cameron gets a bad feeling when there's not another single vehicle in the parking lot. Sure enough, the door is locked. Well, it's still early in the day. Maybe Brinks and his staff aren't morning people. Cameron isn't a morning person either. Clearly, it's an inherited trait. Now what? Maybe check out the aquarium. Maybe someone there knows something about when the Brinks development offices open. Streaks of mildew run down its domed metal roof, speckled with scab-like clumps of moss and bird shit. Seagulls circle overhead as he walks across the parking lot, which is also weirdly empty. When he pulls on the door and finds it locked, Cameron understands why. "Open at noon," he mutters, reading the sign. Of course, what is it with this place? Feels like it's half asleep, or maybe half dead. He looks out at the deserted boardwalk. If Cameron didn't know better, he'd think there was a sewage pit nearby because, the smell. But it's just seaweed baking on the rocks. Sulfur, like rotten eggs. One after another, tiny waves lap at the break wall. Noon is an hour away, an annoying length of time. Too late for breakfast, too early for lunch, but he could grab coffee. There was that deli up on the main road. Twice, he almost stalls the camper on the drive up the hill. He lets out a relieved breath, easing off the clutch when he finally gets to the top. The deli is attached to a small grocery store, which appears to be deserted. Stepping inside is like a time warp. After a few moments, there's a rustle from somewhere in the narrow aisles. Cameron half expects some black and white TV character to pop out. Instead, it's an oldish guy with a reddish beard. A green Shopway apron strains around his middle, and his thick arms are loaded with packets of ramen he'd apparently been shelving. "Mornin'," he says. "Help you find something." "Coffee. I thought this was a restaurant. Deli's up front. Follow me." He drops the ramen packets in a heap on the floor. "I can wait," Cameron says, nodding at the pile. "I'm not really in a hurry." Redbeard turns back to him and says, "Nonsense. I'll get Tanner in here." Then, without missing a beat, he bellows, "Tanner." From somewhere in the maze of cramped, narrow aisles, a sullen teen, also wearing a green Shopway apron, materializes. He scuffles along behind them toward the front. "Here, yare," says Redbeard, flicking on the lights in the deli. Along with the tinge of bleach, there's a used food smell, like pepper and onion. Hamburger helper. It reminds him of his shitty old apartment, the one where he lived before moving in with Katie, where you could always tell what your neighbors were having for dinner from the hallway. Tanner hands him a laminated sheaf. "That's the menu there," says Redbeard needlessly. "The lad will take your order once you've had a chance to look it over." Cameron scans the menu. It looks like someone's dog, or maybe someone's toddler, chewed off one of the corners. "I'm good with black coffee," he says, even though his stomach is rumbling. "Anner, make him the special," Redbeard commands, and before Cameron can object, the kid gives a dopey nod and lopes off. Somewhere in the unseen kitchen, a pan clanks, equipment worse to life. Redbeard leans over and confides, "Pastrami melt." What is it with pastrami? He hopes this one won't be made of yams. "Okay," Cameron agrees, hesitant. "It'll be on the house." Tanner's a bit of a greenhorn. Been trying to get him hours in the kitchen, but we don't get many victims these days. Redbeard grins, sliding onto the vinyl bench across from him, running a hand over his freckled bulb of a head. Care for some company? Cameron shrugs. I always go the extra mile for out-of-towners. A proper welcome. Redbeard winks. How'd you know? I know everyone around here. Redbeard chuckles. Where you from? California. Redbeard lets out a low whistle. California. Don't tell me you're one of those deep-pocket real estate wankers. You know, the flipper types. Cameron lets out a hollow laugh at the thought owning real estate. Yeah, no, just up here looking for family. The guy tilts his bald head. I thought maybe you looked familiar. Cameron perks up. Why didn't he think of this angle right away? Redbeard is probably in his 60s, so older than his dad would be, but not by more than a decade or so. And he's the sort of annoying guy who knows anyone and everyone, he said so himself. Yeah, Cameron says. Looking for my dad, actually. What's his name? Simon Brinks. You know him? Redbeard's eyes widen at the name. Not personally, no, sorry. Thumping bass pulses from the kitchen. Some song Cameron has heard a million times, but couldn't name. Is this part of being in your 30s? Out of touch with the music kids like? He'd noticed the crowd seemed weirdly old at the last Moth Sausage show. Had they become classic rock? Well, they weren't anything anymore. Redbeard frowns at the sound. I'll tell him to turn that nonsense down. He starts to rise. Cameron holds up a hand, a wave of empathy for poor Tanner washing over him. It's okay. I don't mind. You kids and this racket you call music. Redbeard shakes his head. Well, I don't think it's so bad. And as the lead guitarist of Moth Sausage, I know music. He regrets the words as soon as they're out of his mouth. What an idiotic thing to bring up. Moth Sausage. The actual Moth Sausage. You've heard of us, Cameron gapes. Their last single barely had 100 downloads, and they'd assumed these were all Dell's regulars. But maybe Redbeard was one of them. Brad will shit himself when he hears that someone listens to Moth Sausage 1,000 miles away. He'll probably even beg Cameron to get the band back together. Redbeard nods gravely. I'm a huge fan, says Cameron, truly out of words for once. Aw, don't make that face. Now I feel terrible. Redbeard's cheeks flush to match his beard. I was just yanking your chain. Ah, Cameron says, cheeks flaming. So you weren't joking. What kind of bloody name is Moth Sausage? An asinine one. Tanner appears boothside. How special. With a disinterested sigh, he sets down an oval platter piled high with fries. Somewhere under there, presumably, is a sandwich. It smells unbelievably delicious. Redbeard glares up at Tanner. And enjoy. What about the coffee? Cameron holds his hands up. Hey, it's okay. It is not okay. Redbeard's nostrils flare. Our customer ordered a black coffee, did he not? Get on it. Then he turns to Cameron. Sorry. Tanner sulks off toward the kitchen, presumably to prepare a cup of coffee. Cameron hopes the kid doesn't spit in it. Well, coffee will be on the house, too. I'll leave you to enjoy your lunch. Redbeard slides out of the booth. Best of luck tracking down your old man. Cameron squints in the grayish light as he leaves the store. How can it be both overcast and blinding white? He fumbles in his pocket for his Ray-Bans, which might be why he doesn't notice something wrong with the camper until he's halfway across the Shopway parking lot. It's leaning to one side. No, Cameron groans, hurrying around the back back of the camper to find exactly what he feared: the rear passenger tire completely flat. "Shit," he shouts, and gives the hubcap a hard kick, which jams his big toe. Wincing, he sits on the curb. His remaining money won't last long after paying for a tow truck and a new tire. He checks his phone again to see if Joyjet has called with an update about his luggage. There's nothing but a text from Elizabeth. "How's it going up there, Cameltron?" "Horrible. Beyond horrible," he mumbles the answer to himself. Then, humiliated, he sees Redbeard standing in front of the store, staring across the parking lot with his hand aloft on his forehead like a visor, his reddish beard fluffing in the breeze. "Looks like you could use a hand, eh?" Redbeard comes strolling across the lot. He stops in front of Cameron and offers a literal hand. "By the way, name's Ethan." "Thanks, man." Cameron shakes and follows him back toward the store. Day 1322 of my captivity. I enjoy fingerprints, but this is a bit much. She has not come to clean in 3 days. The glass has become thick and roomy. The floors are dull and caked with footprints. It is not good. You know I have 3 hearts, yes. This must seem strange, considering that humans, and most other species, have only one. I wish I could claim a higher level of spiritual being on account of my multiple vascular chambers. But alas, 2 of my hearts basically control my lungs and gills. The other is called my organ heart, and it powers everything else. I am accustomed to my organ heart stopping. It shuts down while I am swimming. It is one reason why I generally avoid the large main tank. Too much swimming. Crawling is much gentler on my circulatory system, but the main tank floor, while rife with delicacies, is patrolled by the sharks. Swimming for long stretches tires me, so I suppose you could say I am well suited for life in a small box. Humans sometimes say my heart skipped a beat to convey surprise, shock, terror. This confused me at first because my organ heart skips beats, many of them, every time I swim. But when the cleaning woman fell from the stool, I was not swimming. And yet it stuttered. I hope she heals, and not only because of the mess on the glass. The green leotard. It was a Wednesday, the night Eric died. Back in 1989, Wednesday evening meant jazzercise at the Soul Bay Community Center, and Tova rarely missed a class. Under her sweatpants, she wore an emerald green leotard, which hugged her trim 39-year-old waist. Will loved that leotard. He always said it matched her eyes. This particular Wednesday, she came home and began to shed her exercise clothes, ready to draw a bath as usual, but Will intercepted her. The last of the day's sun filtered through the bedroom window, bathing their lovemaking in a giddy glow. "Just think," Will had said, grinning at her as they laid on the bare sheets. The quilt scrunched at the foot of the bed. "Soon, we'll have the house to ourselves all the time." Eric would have started at the University of Washington that fall. Where was he that afternoon? Tova still doesn't know. The police asked her repeatedly, but all she could tell them was he was probably out with friends. He was always out with friends, naturally. He was 18. Tova had stopped keeping tabs on the intricacies of his social schedule a couple of years ago. He was a good kid. A great kid. The green leotard didn't make it to the hamper that Wednesday. Instead, it lay slung over the arm of the Charleston chair in the corner of Will and Tova's living room, right where Will had flung it after he peeled it off of his wife, when the Seoul Bay police came to the Sullivan house early the following day, after Will and Tova had reported that Eric had never come home from his late-night shift at the ferry ticket booth. The green leotard was still there, a blight on the otherwise tidy room, an unofficial part of the record. Tova remembers staring at it as the detectives talked. She still didn't think it could be true. Eric was at a friend's house, sleeping on someone's sofa. He'd forgotten to call. Good kids did that from time to time, did they not? Great kids, even. At some point, someone moved the leotard to the hamper. Tova must have laundered it, because who else ever did laundry? Certainly not Will, but she doesn't remember. It slipped into some sort of void, as so many things did, once Eric's disappearance was confirmed and he was declared dead. The Charleston chair is still there, although Tova had it reupholstered a few years afterward. She chose a paisley fabric in shades of blue and green, meant to be cheerful. But somehow, the chair always seemed complicit, in spite of its new clothing. It will be the first to go when she moves. Tova never intended to spend her adulthood in the house she grew up in. But then, so much about her life never turned out how she intended. She'd only been 8 when Papa built the 3-level house. The middle floor was for living. The lower floor, dug into the hillside, was the cellar, for storing apples and turnips and cans of lutefisk. The top level was an attic for her mother's trunks. The trunks were full of things Tova's parents couldn't bear to leave behind in Sweden, relics that didn't quite fit their new American life. Embroidered linens, some forgotten matriarchs inherited wedding china, wooden boxes and figurines, carefully painted with reds, blues, and yellows. On rainy afternoons, Tova and Lars would climb the ladder to the attic and play under its bare rafters. Picnics on lace-trimmed tablecloths with Dalla horses as guests. Tea service from chipped bone cups. Then one summer, a few years later, Papa decided it was time to replace the ladder with a staircase. He enlisted 2 of his best shop hands to help. They worked from dawn to nightfall. Papa's health was starting to fail. Even then, Tova remembers how he rested on a chair in the hallway while the younger men drove nails through the cedar planks. Once the staircase was built, the shop hands packed slag wool into the rafters and sanded the floorboards. Meanwhile, Papa worked on the attic's amenities, building a dollhouse into one corner and a stout table into another. He built 2 wooden chairs, and he carved flowering vines into their legs and etched a string of stars onto their backrests. When it was done, Mama came through with her broom. Papa beat the cobwebs from a woven rug that'd been rolled up in a corner and laid it in the center of the finished room. All of them, Tova and Lars and Mama and Papa and the 2 shop hands, stood on the rug, admiring. Sunlight struggled to come through the filthy dormer window. Mama attacked it with a vinegar-soaked cloth until it gleamed. "Now," Papa said, patting the window frame, "you children have a proper place for play." But they weren't children anymore. Lars was a teenager, and Tova just 2 years behind. They used the converted attic some, but soon their interest in playrooms waned. Tova considered it some kind of mercy that Papa hadn't been around to see them abandon the room he'd worked so hard on. Really, it ought to have been a grandchild's playroom. But of course, she and Will never had grandchildren. Eric was young when Will and Tova moved back into the house to take care of Mama. Tova wanted to donate Eric's baby toys, but Mama insisted, save them for your own grandchildren one day. So Tova stashed them in the attic. They remained there after Eric died. They remain there now. The only thing that's changed is the dormer window. Will had it replaced. It was a few years after Eric died, and Will had an incident. The sort of thing grief can do to a person. Tova doesn't like to think about the incident. That wasn't Will's norm. But then, nothing is normal when you lose a child. Tova, being practical, said the new window was an upshot of the incident. It was larger, brighter. Now, as she crosses the attic room, it feels as though she might walk right through the glass and into the treetops on the other side. It really is a beautiful room. It has the best view of the water. Once, she and Will met with a real estate agent just to see. Incredible, the agent had gushed. This whole house is incredible. You'd never know all this was back here. This was true. Tucked into the hillside at the end of a steep, rocky driveway choked with blackberry bushes. One could drive right by and never know the house was there. The agent ran her fingertips over the railing on the staircase and cooed at the attic's soaring beams, high and polished like a cathedral. From one shelf in the attic, she picked up a toy car with one wheel missing. Eric's car. We'll need to get rid of all this stuff, of course, before we list, the agent said. They decided not to sell. The toy car is still there. Tova picks it up and slips it into her robe pocket. This time, it'll be different. It's very late when Tova makes her way to bed. Cat sleeps in a little pile on the bedspread, his flank moving gently up and down. She pulls the covers back carefully so as not to wake him. She smiles to herself. Never would she have imagined sharing her bed with an animal, but she's glad he's here. She drifts into a strange world. A dream, it must be, but she's not entirely sure, for it feels so mundane. In the dream, she's lying right here on her firm bed, cradled in her own arms. Then the arms start to grow, weaving around her like a baby's swaddle. The arms have suckers, 1,000,000 tiny suckers, each one pulling at her skin, and the tentacles grow longer until they've created a cocoon, and everything is dark and silent. A powerful feeling washes over her, and after a moment, Tova recognizes the feeling as relief. The cocoon is warm and soft, and she is alone, blissfully alone. Finally, she succumbs to sleep. Not glamorous work. Cameron sits at Ethan's kitchen table, not sure whether he's supposed to be hanging out here or what. Ethan called a buddy of his who drives for a towing company, and although the guy hadn't seemed thrilled about it, he hauled Cameron's camper here at no charge to Ethan's house and deposited it in the driveway. Cameron thanked him about 1,000,000 times. The flat tire still needs to be dealt with, but at least he's not stuck in a grocery store parking lot. But all of that took hours to sort out. It's 5 now. So much for getting back to Brink's development as planned. You sure it's okay if I park here? long as you keep the noise down in the morning. I'm not exactly a morning person, Cameron says, laughing. At least he won't have to worry about finding some shady parking lot to sleep in tonight. Taking another sip of whiskey, he feels his shoulders ease infinitesimally. For the first time since he left Modesto, he feels almost relaxed. To tell you the truth, I'm glad for a bit of company. Same, Cameron agrees. And even though Ethan had said he didn't know Simon Brinks, he might be of use. He seems to know everyone here. How many degrees of separation can there be? Even rich guys like Brinks must need to buy milk once in a while. An idea seizes Cameron, a brilliant one. Ethan, he ventures. Is the Shopway hiring? Cameron leans across the table. What I mean is, would you hire me? Ethan seems to consider this for a moment. I can work a register. Cameron has never used a cash register in his life, but how hard can it be? Stock shelves, wipe tables, whatever. Well, I'm sorry, but there's just not enough work. Ethan shakes his head. I'd have to give Tanner the axe. Deflated, Cameron drains his glass. Right, never mind. But if you're looking for work, I might know of something. Ethan pours him another scotch. The amber liquid lets off a warm, intoxicating smell as it swirls into the glass. I can put you in touch if you want. Cameron props his chin on his fist. The damn camper tire. Ethan's tow truck buddy whistled low as he squatted down to examine it. Something about a cracked rim, a bent wheel well. Not good. When he jacked up the rim on his old Jeep a few years ago, repairing it cost several $100s. Not to mention that his luggage is still missing, and he needs to pay Aunt Jean's cruise money back. He needs to generate some cash. It's a maintenance position of sorts, Ethan adds. Not glamorous work, not a problem. Cameron lifts his head. Can you hook me up? As a matter of fact, I've got the application here somewhere. My mate gave me a stack to set out on the deli counter at the store. Ethan rises and stalks out of the kitchen, calling over his shoulder that he'll be right back. Moments later, he returns, waving a sheet of paper. I'll fill it out now. Cameron picks up a pen that's sitting on the table. A slow grin spreads over Ethan's face. Well, on my recommendation, you're a shoo-in, laddie. So what do you say we have some fun with it? The next morning, at 11:45, Cameron returns to the aquarium. This time, the door swings open. Ethan apparently called his mate first thing this morning, then banged on the camper door at 10, stirring Cameron out of a heavy sleep. Ethan's green eyes were bright. It seemed he was completely unaffected by their late night. In a chipper tone, he told Cameron to be down there in an hour for his interview. Remember, his name's Terry, and he's a bit of a fish geek, but he's a fantastic bloke. Ethan had explained for what felt like the 10th time. Just relax, and I'm sure he'll offer you the job on the spot. The guy who swivels around in the office chair is not what Cameron had expected for a so-called fish geek. He could be a linebacker. He's clearly in the middle of a phone call, but he nods at Cameron to come in. Sorry, he mouths, before turning back to his phone conversation. Cameron hovers in the doorway, caught in the awkward place between not wanting to eavesdrop, but wanting to follow instructions. He doesn't need to start off a job interview by flouting orders. The fish geek lowers his voice. Tova, look, I'll tell you the same thing I told you last time you called. If your doctor says 6 weeks, I insist you take it. Brows furrowed, he scowls at whatever response comes from the other end. Okay, fine. 4 weeks, and we'll reevaluate. Another pause. Yes, of course I'll make sure they're capable. Pause. Yes, I know how the scum builds up around the trash cans. Pause. Yes, I'll make sure they use pure cotton. Polyester will streak the glass. Got it. Pause. All right, you take care too. At this, a note of tenderness creeps into his voice, which lilts with some vague accent that might be Caribbean. Not that Cameron has ever been to the Caribbean. Letting out a long sigh, the fish geek replaces the receiver, shakes his head, and stands to offer his hand. Terry Bailey, you must be here for the interview. Yeah. Cameron straightens, remembering what Ethan told him. I mean, yes, sir. The maintenance position. He passes his application over the desk. Good, good. Terry sits back down and starts to scan the paper. Cameron sits too, suddenly regretting everything he wrote. He and Ethan had thrown back most of that bottle of scotch, and Ethan had assured him that whatever he wrote didn't matter, that his recommendation truly was good as gold. Maybe they'd had too much fun with it. Terry frowns. You managed tank maintenance at SeaWorld. Right, Cameron nods. And you were on the crew that constructed the shark tank at Mandalay Bay. Like in Las Vegas. Yeah, Cameron feels his mouth twitch. Too far, Terry's voice falls flat. The shark exhibit at Mandalay Bay went in back in. What was it, 1994, I think? Yep. Gotta love the 90s, man. Cameron chuckles, trying for nonchalance. Terry's not buying it. You couldn't have even been born yet. Cameron was born in 1990, but it doesn't seem wise to point that out to Terry. Instead, he says, yeah, so some of that might be an exaggeration. Okay, thanks for your time, you can go. Cameron looks up, surprised at how effectively the words pierce him. I mean it, Terry's voice is flat. You're wasting my time. Wait, Cameron says, horrified at his pathetic, pleading tone. But that damn tire. Aunt Jean's cruise. He absolutely needs to land some cash, and quick. Pointing at the application, he says, okay, none of this is true. You don't say. Ethan said you would think it's funny, Terry sighs. But man, hear me out, Cameron goes. I'm in a tough spot. I can do repairs, maintenance, whatever you need. I've got years of construction experience. Building luxury homes for rich pricks down in California. He doesn't add that he's been fired a zillion times, but he's worried it's written on his face. Terry leans back and crosses his arms, arches one brow. Universal code for fine. I'm listening. Cameron leans forward, earnest. I've sealed up more Carrara marble than you could imagine. Whatever you need done, I can do it. Promise. Terry stares at the application for what seems like a ridiculously long time. Finally, he looks up, eyes narrow. I don't care about California or Carrara marble, and I do not appreciate this little stunt. Cameron studies his hands, which are knotted together in his lap. This is weirdly like being in the principal's office being chewed out for sneaking cigarettes under the bleachers. He probably deserves it now, just like he did then. Terry goes on. You know, when I went to apply for college in the United States, my standardized test scores were not that great. But I knew sea life. I sure did. I was raised on a fishing boat outside Kingston. He shifts a stack of papers on his messy desk. I knew I wanted to come here to study marine biology, and a lot of people took a chance on me to make that happen. Cameron glances up at the framed diploma behind his desk. Summa cum laude. Terry's more than a fish geek, apparently. He's some sort of fish genius. So you want to give me a chance? Not really. Terry eyes him hard. I expect you're the sort that's had plenty of chances. Opportunities you don't even realize, but you throw them away. Ouch. Anyway, I'll give you a chance, but not because I think you deserve one. I'm throwing Ethan a bone. I beat the pants off him in a poker game a while back, and he won't shut his trap about it. Terry lets out a chuckle. Thank you, sir, Cameron says, sitting up straight. You won't regret it. Don't you want to know what the job actually consists of? I thought it was maintenance. Surely Ethan had mentioned Cameron's experience in construction. He'd pictured himself patching roofs and fixing leaky faucets. Well, yes, chopping bait, cleaning buckets, that type of thing. Okay, bait. How bad could it be? And anyway, it's only until his luggage shows up, or he finds Simon Brinks, whichever comes first. Of course, he doesn't mention that to Terry. $20 an hour, 20 hours a week. Cameron's optimism sinks as he runs through the math in his head. After taxes and gas for the camper, it'll be the end of summer before he can pay Aunt Jean back. Even if he can save some cash by eating the expired groceries Ethan brings back from the store. End of summer is too late for her cruise deposit. I mean, I would take more hours if you offered them, Cameron says. Terry steeples his fingers, and after a thoughtful pause says, You clean, kiddo. Reflexively, Cameron glances down at his shirt, which maybe he should have thrown in the laundry back at Ethan's place. Then he realizes what Terry must mean. His record, well, mostly, got a couple misdemeanors. This one time, the bar was closing and Terry shakes his head. No, I mean, do you clean? As in, can you mop floors? Oh, Cameron considers this. Yeah, totally. I can give you more hours then. Evening hours. But Terry holds up a prohibitive finger. This part is temporary. I need someone to fill in for my regular cleaning lady for a few weeks. Not a problem. And know this, Cameron Cassmore. Ethan Mack might not be very good at giving advice on job applications, but he is a very good friend of mine. I'm giving you a chance on his word. Understood. Cameron nods. Don't let him down. While he waits for Ethan to pick him up, Cameron wanders down the pier. High noon sun throws flashy streaks of silver over the water's surface. A group of paddleboarders sends little ripples toward the dock. In his pocket, his fingers find the key card. He's never had a boss who trusted him with a key before. He takes it out and snaps a pic of the key card with the water in the background, then texts the photo to Aunt Jean. As he hits send, a call comes in. Cameron recognizes the number immediately. It's the one he's called about 1,000 times this week. Left a half dozen voicemails. His heart speeds up as he taps the green button. This is Cameron, he says, putting on a businesslike air. Hello, this is John Hall from Brinks Development, Soul Bay office. The voice sounds tired. You've left several messages here. Is there something I can help you with? Yeah, Cameron draws in a bracing breath. I mean, yes. I'd like to make an appointment to meet with Mr. Brinks. I'm afraid that's not possible at the moment. Why not? Mr. Brinks works out of his office in Seattle most of the time. I'd recommend you try to reach him there. I tried. As if Cameron wouldn't have tried. It's the number listed on their damn website. They told me he was unavailable. Well, then I suppose he's unavailable. John Hall's voice is flat. But he can't be unavailable. Cameron hates how his voice is trending whiny, like it did when he was begging Katie not to throw his shit out the window. Please, it's important. John Hall is shuffling some papers or something on the other end of the line. In the distance, a train's horn sounds, and Cameron can swear he hears the same train right here on the pier. How could he get so close, yet still be so far? Finally, Hall asks, "Who did you say you were again?" Cameron Cassmore. "I'm family, I see." Well then, there's a long pause, and then Hall continues, his voice careful. "You might know, Mr. Brinks can often be found at his summer home this time of year." Summer home? Where? Hall laughs. "I can't just give out his address. Perhaps someone in your family can tell you." By the time Cameron has processed this, the line has gone dead. He sinks onto a bench, slumping. How the hell is he supposed to find some vacation mansion? Before he slips his phone back in his pocket, he sees Aunt Jean's reply. A champagne emoji followed by "I'm proud of you, Cammy. Day 1324 of my captivity. Terry has made a replacement. Swapped out the older lady for a younger model, as you humans might say. He walked by my tank on the way to his interview. Shoulders pulled toward his earlobes, damp palms, clearly anxious. When he departed, his gait was fluid, relaxed. I could tell it had been a successful interview. Something about the way he walked seemed familiar. I wish I had more chance to study it, but he left the building too quickly. I suppose I shall have my chance soon. This evening, perhaps. Not a day too soon. Last night, I journeyed around the bend to see whether the rock crabs were molting, as they are most delicious when their shells are soft. The state of the floor was, frankly, alarming. After I returned to my tank, I spent quite a while picking bits of grime from between my suckers. I do hope the young man starts his new job tonight. The rock crabs were not yet molting, but they will be tomorrow. I do not relish another trip over those disgusting floors. As for the previous cleaning woman, I can only surmise she is not coming back. I shall miss her,